Chapter 419. I'll give you a mission, alright, give me a minute, I'll make a call. Tiandi pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello. Wong bro. I'm so Tiandi, I got into a car accident on Jinan Road and was about to settle it privately when a police officer came over. Right, can you talk to her? Alright, I'll give her the phone. With that, Tiandi handed the phone to Ling Shan. Answer the phone. Ling Shan looked at Tiandi with a half-smile as she took the phone. Hello, I'm Ling Shan. Who's this? Song. Captain Song. The guy was just about to say something when he heard Ling Shan's name. Everyone in Songshan knew about Ling Shan from the criminal police team, after all. Who would dare go against her? He couldn't possibly order a criminal police captain around, could he? Plus, since Ling Shan was keeping an eye on Tiandi, it might be some big case. Maybe he was doing some illegal business. He had to draw a line between him and Ling Shan as soon as possible. With that in mind, Wang Bro said, It's fine, Captain Song, I won't disturb you anymore. Ling Shan handed the phone back to Tiandi, who didn't hear what Wang Bro was saying. I'm Ling Shan. He thought that everything was settled, and was about to thank Wang Bro when he realized that the call had been hung up. Tiandi didn't think much of it, thinking that Wang Bro was busy. Wang Bro told you, right? You can leave now, little comrade. Don't stick your nose in other people's business. Dad. Zhou Ruoguang quickly pulled Tiandi back. Tiandi didn't know Ling Shan, but how could Zhou Ruoguang not know her? As the head of the North District's gangsters, it'd be a waste if he didn't know the criminal police captain. His face paled as he watched his father lecture him. What are you doing? Tiandi glared at his son. What do you want? Dad, she's Captain Song from the crime squad. Zhou Ruoguang said carefully. Wah. Tiandi froze like an idiot. She's the captain of the criminal police force. Are you leaving or not? I don't need to do anything, do I? Ling Shan said as she pulled out the handcuffs. Let's go. Let's go then. Tiandi's face was grim, he didn't think that he'd pissed off the captain of the criminal police. If he didn't leave now, the captain would probably pull out a gun. It's none of my business. I'm just passing by. Zhou Ruoguang didn't want to go to the police station. You're going too. You are illegally driving an unlicensed modified motorcycle, and I suspect that you are trying to gather a crowd to cause trouble. Ling Shan didn't give Zhou Ruoguang the chance to explain. I know you can run, but you can't run. You can choose to run, I won't run. I'll cooperate with the investigation. Zhou Ruoguang smiled miserably with a bitter face. Thank you, Miss Braindead. Lin Yi was quite grateful for Ling Shan's help, although Ruoguang's presence reminded him of who Tiandi was. Getting rid of them would be a piece of cake, but Ruoguang's presence reminded him of who Tiandi was. Ling Shan's speed, however, made Lin Yi think that she wasn't bad. No. You're coming with me. Ling Shan was about to explode. You can call me Miss Braindead in private, can't you? Calling me that in front of so many people, how am I supposed to back down? She wasn't going to let Lin Yi get away with it. I want to go too. Lin Yi pointed at his nose, speechless. He was about to say something when Tang Yun spoke up first. Let's go, we have to cooperate with the investigation, it's our duty. Tang Yun was a good kid, naturally, she wouldn't reject going to the police station. Besides, it's not our fault, it's their fault, we'll be able to explain ourselves in the police station, All right. Lin Yi nodded, a bitter smile on his face. Tang Yun was a good kid, after all. Lin Yi didn't care what Ling Shan said, and he'd just leave. He didn't believe that Ling Shan would come after him. Phew. Ling Shan breathed out in relief, too. She'd blurted out those words in a fit of anger, not thinking about the consequences at all. She regretted it immediately after, since when had Lin Yi ever given her any face? Wasn't she just asking to be humiliated if she ordered him around? If Lin Yi left, she'd be in an even worse position in front of Zhou Tiandi and his son. This was even more serious than the Miss Brain Dead from before. Now that Tang Yun said that she wanted to go to the police station, Ling Shan breathed out in relief. At the same time, she felt grateful for Tang Yun, but at the same time, she was annoyed at Lin Yi for listening to Tang Yun and taking care of her. She wasn't any worse than Tang Yun, was she? She wasn't any weaker than Tang Yun in terms of looks and height, and her body was several times hotter than Tang Yun's as well. Lin Yi was a blind man, how could he be so rude to her? Ling Shan got angrier the more she thought about it. Why was Lin Yi so gentle to Tang Yun and treating her like this? Did he hate her that much? She had to be Miss Brain Dead to ask for his help. You guys follow me in the car. Ling Shan got into the police car, and Lin Yi, Tiandi, and the others followed behind as they made their way to the police station. Zhou Tiandi didn't know about the relationship between Lin Yi and Ling Shan, but he was overjoyed to hear Lin Yi call Ling Shan Miss Brain Dead. This was going to be fun. This Lin Yi was probably going to get beaten up, wasn't he? But Tiandi didn't plan on letting Lin Yi go so easily. On the way to the police station, he called his youngest son, Zhou Ruoming. Hey, Ruoming, are you at school? Tiandi had always told Zhou Ruoming to study hard in school, not letting him get involved in fights. But this time, he was really pissed off. His eldest son, Zhou Ruoguang, was too much of a coward, he couldn't even teach someone a lesson. But his youngest son was a bold and ruthless character. He had always told him to study hard, but Tiandi knew what kind of person he was. Dad, I'm at school, studying. Ruoming had just finished his meeting with Xiao Xiao, and his father's phone call made him jump. It wasn't checking on him, was it? He quickly explained himself. Alright, stop bullshitting. Tiandi scolded. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? I'll give you a mission. Go to your Uncle Yan's villa in the northern suburbs and ask him to stop someone in front of the police station. I'll send you that person's information later. Ah. Me? Zhou Ruoming paused. He didn't think that his father would ask him to do something like this. Didn't he always ask his big brother to do it? Plus, it was his first time asking him to take Uncle Yan on a mission. That was too awesome. Chapter 420. Ambush and interception, yes, you're the one. Tiandi was about to explode from anger. He wouldn't have asked Zhou Ruoming to do this otherwise. He couldn't take it anymore, especially after learning that Lin Yi was the one who'd thrown him out of the hospital room the other day. He had to teach Lin Yi a lesson. Alright, I'll be right there. Zhou Ruoming nodded quickly, thinking that it'd be great if he could bring Uncle Yan to teach Lin Yi a lesson. With Uncle Yan there, beating up Lin Yi would be child's play. Of course, Zhou Ruoming didn't know that the crippled Heibao bro was a golden class master as well. He wouldn't have thought so otherwise. Tiandi sighed softly as he listened to Ruoming's excited tone. His youngest son was quite the ruthless one. Did he make the wrong decision back then? If he'd let his older son study hard and let his younger son mingle in society, that would have been a good choice, but he'd already made the wrong choice. He'd have to make the best of it. Uncle Yan didn't usually use his phone, nor did he use the phone in his room. He was a master of the world, and Zhou Ruoming wouldn't have had to go invite him personally otherwise. But Tiandi didn't mind. He was a master, after all, and it was normal for a golden class master like Uncle Yan to be different. Moreover, Uncle Yan was right, he was a fugitive, and living in seclusion was the right thing to do, in case someone discovered him. Zhou Ruoming quickly ran out of the school, hailed a taxi, and rushed to the villa in the northern suburbs. Uncle Yan knew Zhou Ruoming, and didn't ask much after hearing that it was an order from Zhou Ruoming. He put on a low-brimmed hat and hurried out the door with Zhou Ruoming. Uncle Yan was a golden class master who wandered between his sect and the underworld. He'd been doing robberies for his sect's funds, but he'd been wanted by the police once. Luckily, Tiandi had saved him, and so he stayed in Songshan, promising to do 3 things for Tiandi before leaving. He had done 2 before, and this was the last one. Once he was done, he could leave and continue his robbery. Beep beep. Zhou Ruoming received a message from Tiandi, the license plate number and model of the van written on it. After Zhou Ruoming told Uncle Yan about it, the 2 of them stood guard on the road in front of the police station. Ling Shan didn't make things difficult for Lin Yi when they arrived at the police station. She knew that Lin Yi didn't care about her at all, and that he was only here because of Tang Yun. Therefore, they only gave Lin Yi a statement and let Lin Yi and Tang Yun leave. Ling Shan sis is a nice person, why do you always call her that? Tang Yun didn't understand why Lin Yi would call Ling Shan a brain-dead girl. Wasn't Lin Yi a little too bold? He dared to call Ling Shan a brain-dead girl, and the weirdest thing was that Ling Shan didn't refute it even though she was angry. She's too troublesome, asking me for help all the time. Lin Yi shrugged and didn't say anything else on the topic. Suddenly, the jade on his chest jumped twice, and Lin Yi's face changed. He slowed down the car. Danger. Danger. Tang Yun paused, but before she could ask anything, a shadow floated over and stood not far from Lin Yi's car. Early phase golden class. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He knew the opponent's strength level, but he didn't know why this early phase golden class master would appear here. From the looks of it, he was here for him, but who sent him? Sihua. Obviously not. He'd already killed his late phase golden class master. Sending another early phase golden class was the same as sending himself to death. He believed that Sihua wasn't that stupid. Zhong Fabai. Probably not. He'd even sent Heibao Bro to prison. Jin Gubang. The only possibility that Lin Yi could think of was him. But in the next moment, Lin Yi realized that he was wrong. The person who jumped out after this early phase golden class master wasn't Jin Gubang, but Zhou Ruoming. Zhou Ruoming, on the other hand, was stunned when he saw Lin Yi and Tang Yun in the car. He almost burst out laughing. He recognized Lin Yi's van, but he couldn't remember Lin Yi's car plate number. Uncle Yan's eyes were sharp, and he saw Lin Yi's car coming over first, so he jumped out. It was only now that Zhou Ruoming realized that the person his father wanted him to stop was Lin Yi. In an instant, Zhou Ruoming's entire body was filled with excitement and excitement. He'd been worrying about how to deal with Lin Yi and imagined that Uncle Yan would help him, but Zhou Ruoming knew that it was impossible. He didn't expect it to become reality. Lin Yi. It's you. Zhou Ruoming laughed loudly. You didn't expect this, did you? You didn't expect this day to come, did you? Lin Yi classmate. Who asked you to pretend? This time, I'll let you die. Who do you think you are, trying to steal Tang Yun from me? Leave Tang Yun here today, and I'll spare your life. Lin Yi looked at Zhou Ruoming, stunned. Wasn't this guy too naive? Did he think he was invincible just because he got a golden class master? Not to mention the early phase of the golden class, even if it was the late phase of the golden class, he still had the strength to fight. Ever since he completed the first stage of the art of dragon mastery, Lin Yi's strength was comparable to the late phase of the golden class, and he could even fight a mystic class master in the early phase. Did you eat too many retarded pills? Lin Yi looked at Zhou Ruoming as if he was looking at an idiot. Even a retarded person wouldn't be like you, right? You're not just a normal retarded person, you're too retarded. Miss Retarded is 10,000 times smarter than you. Ha! Tang Yun, of course, knew who Lin Yi was talking about. She couldn't help but laugh when she heard Lin Yi's words. Zhou Ruoming couldn't help but stare blankly. His desire to take Tang Yun for himself grew stronger. It would be a waste to give such a good girl to Lin Yi. Miss Retarded. Zhou Ruoming didn't know who Miss Retarded was, but he knew that Lin Yi's words weren't good. He gritted his teeth. Lin Yi, it's useless for you to say anything now. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I won't be polite anymore. Uncle Yen, kill him. Leave that girl here. Zhou Ruoming was suspected of falsifying the imperial edict. Zhou Tiandi only asked him to teach Lin Yi a lesson, but Zhou Ruoming changed it to kill Lin Yi. Slap. Lin Yi slapped Zhou Ruoming's face again. I told you to stop thinking about Tang Yun. Do you have a bad memory or are you deaf? Chapter 421. Effortless Uncle Yen nodded slightly and threw a punch at Lin Yi. In his eyes, Lin Yi was fast, but he was still a normal person. One punch from him would be enough to finish him off. Slap. Zhou Ruoming was shocked, and so was Uncle Yen. Lin Yi's slap landed on Zhou Ruoming's face again, completely ignoring Uncle Yen's punch. He didn't even try to dodge. Are you retarded? You found a sickly old man to deal with me. Retarded pills are delicious, but you can't eat too much of it. I've never seen someone as retarded as you. Lin Yi shook his head. Uncle Yen almost laughed out loud after the shock. Ignorance was bliss. He was an early-phase golden class master, and he was just a sickly old man in Lin Yi's eyes. It was a fact that he was sickly. His body hadn't been healthy since he was young, and he'd only been able to reach the early phase of golden class at most. There wasn't much progress, and that was why he'd volunteered to be the vanguard of his family's sect, coming to the mortal world to steal money to support his family's expenses. But that was only when compared to the other people in his family. This kid in front of him dared to call himself an old man. Uncle Yan's blood rushed to his head as he increased the strength of his fist, preparing to kill Lin Yi with one punch. But before his fist could reach Lin Yi, a crisp slap sounded. Uncle Yen stumbled and fell to the ground, 5 red marks on his face. You think you're something, don't you? You're an early-phase golden class master, so what? Don't you think it's embarrassing for an old man like you to bully 2 young people like us? With that, Lin Yi stomped on Uncle Yan's head, deforming the left side of the man's cheek. Even his teeth fell out. Lin Yi's words made Zhou Ruoming and Tang Yun sweat. They've heard of young people bullying old people, but they've never heard of old people bullying young people. However, Uncle Yen didn't think that there was anything wrong with Lin Yi's words. According to Tang Yun and Zhou Ruoming's understanding, it was only applicable in the common world, not in the Wulian world. In the martial arts world, the older one was, the more profound their skills were. If an old man bullied a young man, it would be criticized by others as bullying the young. However, was he bullying the weak? Uncle Yen was on the verge of tears. He had really misjudged him. Not only had this young man seen through his strength at a glance, but he had also beaten him up so effortlessly. He was an early-phase golden class master, but he was stepped on like a dead dog. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. According to this situation, the young man was at least a middle-phase golden class master, or even a late-phase golden class master. Uncle Yen, you. What are you doing? Don't worry, there's no one here, just kill him. Zhou Ruoming didn't understand the situation. He thought that Uncle Yen was pretending to be weak, pretending that he was bullied by Lin Yi, so that he could kill Lin Yi. Although that would achieve his goal, it didn't feel good no matter how he looked at it. It wasn't as satisfying as killing Lin Yi directly, so Zhou Ruoming reminded Uncle Yen anxiously. He couldn't be blamed for thinking that way. In his eyes and heart, early-phase golden class masters were like gods, a symbol of invincibility. He once heard from his father, Zhou Tiandi, that it took several armed policemen to barely control Uncle Yen. What did that mean? If it was one-on-one, Uncle Yen was invincible. Although Zhou Ruoming didn't know what early phase golden class was like, he felt that it had to be stronger than Lin Yi. No matter how good Lin Yi was, he was just a normal person. How could he compare to a master of the martial arts world? Even if Lin Yi beat Heibao Bro to a pulp, Heibao Bro was just a gangster. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be stronger than a golden class master. That was why Zhou Ruoming could say something so stupid. Uncle Yan heard Zhou Ruoming's words and cried in his heart. Didn't you see the situation? Did you think I wanted to be stepped on? I had no choice but to be stepped on. The opponent's strength was obviously much higher than mine. I'm no match for him. Zhou Ruoming, how did you know I was here? Lin Yi didn't forget to ask Zhou Ruoming as he stepped on Uncle Yan. Lin Yi, don't be so arrogant. When Uncle Yan shows his power, you'll be dead. Zhou Ruoming, the idiot, still didn't see the situation clearly. He still thought that Uncle Yan could kill Lin Yi. You crashed my dad's car and broke my brother's arm. I brought Uncle Yan here to stop you. Oh. That idiot from before was your dad. Lin Yi realized. No wonder Zhou Ruoming knew where he was. So he was Zhou Tiandi's son, Zhou Ruoguang's brother. It was like the saying went, don't enter the same door if you're not a family. A family of idiots. Uncle Yan, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill this kid. Zhou Ruoming was confused when he saw that Uncle Yan hadn't exploded yet. Jiao Lao, there are too many people here. It's not easy to kill this old man. Is there a way to cripple him? Lin Yi asked Zhao Yazi in the Jade. Of course. Jiao Lao's voice sounded. People like him who reached golden class through immature training methods have all sorts of flaws. How can they compare to your art of dragon mastery? As long as they haven't reached the earth class, they will have a weak point. Once you break through their weak point, they'll basically be crippled unless they retrain their body and enter golden class through physical arts. Then where's his weak point? Lin Yi was surprised and happy after hearing Jiao Lao's words. This. I don't know, Zhao Yazi said. Lin Yi almost fell down. Even Zhao Yazi didn't know. But generally, the weak point of golden class is near the dantian, unless it's a very special physical practitioner. Zhao Yazi's next words gave Lin Yi hope again. Bang! Lin Yi's foot landed on Uncle Yan's dantian, and Uncle Yan let out a blood-curdling scream before fainting. His whole body was like a deflated balloon, and he slumped to the ground. Lin Yi knew that he had broken Uncle Yan's weak point and directly crippled him. The moment he kicked, Lin Yi could feel the true energy in Uncle Yan's body quickly leaking out until it disappeared. Just like what Zhao Lao said, Lin Yi could no longer feel Uncle Yan's strength. In his eyes, Uncle Yan was no different from an ordinary old man. Chapter 422. He's mute. A chill rose from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Zhou Ruoming looked at Lin Yi in horror. You. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Paw. Another slap landed on Zhou Ruoming's face. This time, Lin Yi used more strength, and Zhou Ruoming's right tooth fell out, and the corner of his mouth cracked. You killed Uncle Yan. Zhou Ruoming found it unbelievable. An early phase golden class master was like a god. How could Lin Yi kill him with just a few kicks? How was this possible? No, I'm not like you, who dares to shout about killing me at the drop of a hat. I'm actually very timid. As Lin Yi spoke, he slapped Zhou Ruoming's face again. Zhou Ruoming's face was almost swollen like a pig's head. Misunderstanding. Boss Lin Yi, it was actually my dad who asked me to bring Uncle Yan to look for trouble with you. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a messenger. Please don't look for trouble with me. Zhou Ruoming knew that he couldn't outrun Lin Yi. Running was equivalent to seeking his own death. He had no choice but to kneel on the ground. Boss Lin Yi, it really has nothing to do with me. That's not what I'm talking about. Lin Yi shook his head. I'm talking about your intentions towards Tang Yun. Lin Yi stepped on Ruoming's face, and Ruoming let out a cry of pain. I've already said that Tang Yun is my woman. You're still thinking about her. Do you want to die? Lin Yi felt that if he didn't teach Zhou Ruoming a lesson, he wouldn't know that there was such a thing as death in this world. Ah! Ruoming screamed as he held his head. Boss Lin, I won't do it again, I won't do it again. I've lost my mind, I won't do anything to Tang Yun anymore, please let me go, Lin Yi. Stop kicking. What if someone dies? Tang Yun was shocked by Lin Yi's craziness, but Lin Yi was doing this for her. Tang Yun felt sweet inside. As long as she was with Lin Yi, he would protect her no matter what happened. However, although Tang Yun hated Zhou Ruoming, she couldn't beat him to death. She didn't want Lin Yi to go to jail because of this. She quickly stopped Lin Yi. He won't die. He's far from death. At most, he'll become an idiot. But it'll save him medicine. He won't have to spend money on stupid pills every day. He'll just become an idiot, Lin Yi smiled. No. I don't want to become an idiot. Lin Yi boss, let me go. Zhou Ruoming was about to cry. He'd rather die than become an idiot. Scram, Lin Yi said faintly. Yes. I'll scram now. Zhou Ruoming didn't dare to get up and run. Who knew if Lin Yi would use this as an excuse? In order to make sure that Lin Yi couldn't find anything wrong with him, Zhou Ruoming really started rolling on the ground. Hee. Tang Yun couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Ruoming's behavior. She didn't approve of Lin Yi using violence, but she had to admit that today was very satisfying. She got her revenge. If it weren't for Lin Yi, she'd still have to endure Zhou Ruoming's teasing every day. Who knew if she'd fall into his trap one day? Lin Yi looked at Uncle Yan on the ground and took out his phone to call Ling Shan. Ling Shan had just sent Zhou Tiandi and Zhou Ruoguang to the traffic police station. They didn't seem to have committed any crimes, but it was just a traffic violation. Ling Shan didn't have the authority to do anything about it, so she handed them over. Her phone rang as soon as she got back to her office. She frowned when she saw the name Lin Yi. Did Lin Yi cause trouble again? Ling Shan didn't believe that Lin Yi could find a way to cure Bujia so quickly. The only possibility was that he was looking for her. She rubbed her throbbing temples and picked up the phone helplessly. Lin Yi, what's up? I got ambushed when I came out of the police station. I've subdued him already. Come and take him away, Lin Yi said. Wah. You got ambushed. Who? Ling Shan paused. Zhou Tiandi sent me, I think. Lin Yi said faintly, hurry up. Follow the road in front of the police station and you'll see me. With that, Lin Yi hung up, pissing Ling Shan off. Was he ordering her around? How dare you order me? Ling Shan was pissed, but she couldn't refuse. She got up and went downstairs, driving to find Lin Yi. Isn't that an old man? Did Zhou Tiandi send him? You didn't hit him with your car, did you? Ling Shan was very suspicious that Lin Yi had accidentally hit someone and blamed it on Tiandi, saying that the old man was one of Tiandi's men. He can stop you. Golden class early phase. Lin Yi shrugged. Can you be any more retarded? Golden class early phase. Ling Shan's mouth was wide open. She looked at the old man's face, and her face changed. A wanted criminal. The man in front of her was a wanted criminal. As the captain of the criminal police, Ling Shan would often look at pictures of wanted criminals. It didn't take long for her to recognize this old man in front of her. Yan Chiyuan, wanted for murder and robbery. He'd been wanted for more than 2 years, and now he was here. He's a wanted criminal, right? Lin Yi guessed from Ling Shan's expression. That's right. Ling Shan nodded, a flash of joy in her eyes. This Lin Yi was lucky enough to catch a wanted criminal. This Yan Chiyuan was indeed a golden class early phase, but from the looks of it, he'd been crippled by Lin Yi. He was about the same as He Bao. Lin Yi patted Chiyuan's body, waking him up. Chiyuan's face was still filled with pain and sorrow. He was a golden class early phase, and he'd been crippled just like that. How could there be such a powerful figure in the secular world now? Looking at Lin Yi's age, he was only 20, right? Crack. Ling Shan took out her handcuffs and cuffed Chiyuan. She didn't feel any danger, but Chiyuan was still a golden class early phase. Ling Shan didn't dare treat him lightly. Alright, I'm leaving. Lin Yi saw that he had nothing else to do and prepared to leave with Tang Yun. Wait, come back with me to make a statement. Ling Shan called out to Lin Yi. Can't you just say you caught him yourself? It's not the first time something like this happened. Lin Yi, naturally, didn't want to go back with Ling Shan. But the criminal's statement. Ling Shan thought to herself. If she said she caught him, what if Chiyuan said something? Chapter 423. Chapter 423, What to Do, Ah. Ling Shan paused as she looked at Lin Yi, stunned. She was a golden class master herself, and had guessed that Lin Yi was a golden class master as well, but she'd never seen something like Lin Yi's miraculous skill before. 2 random pats and this guy turned into a mute. Uncle Yen didn't believe it as well, he'd never seen Lin Yi do something like this. Could it be acupuncture? That wasn't possible, he was a Wuling practitioner, and he'd never heard of anyone who knew how to use acupuncture. That was something that only existed in novels and dramas, it didn't exist in real life. He didn't believe Lin Yi's words, and was just about to say something to prove that he wasn't a mute when he realized that he couldn't speak. Ling Shan didn't know what to say as she looked at the Yan Chiyuan. It seemed like Lin Yi had really turned this guy into a mute. It was too scary. A few random pats and he turned into a mute. Oh, right, he can still write. Maybe I should turn him into an idiot. Lin Yi suddenly thought of that. Ugh. Ugh. Yan Chiyuan shook his head furiously after hearing Lin Yi's words. Was this a joke? Turn himself into an idiot. What was the point of living then? He still had to pass the news to his family, and as for who'd caught him, he didn't have the heart to tell the police. He was going to die anyway, and talking about it was just a waste of breath. See, he said he wouldn't talk. Alright, that's all. I'm leaving. Lin Yi, naturally, didn't want to turn Yan Chiyuan into an idiot in front of Ling Shan. He shrugged and pulled Tang Yun into the car. Ling Shan looked at Lin Yi with a complicated gaze before getting into the police car with Chiyuan, heading back to the police station. Ling Shan brought Yan Chiyuan into the police station just in time to see Zhou Tiandi and his son walking out of the station after receiving their punishment. Tiandi looked at Yan Chiyuan, who Ling Shan was holding, and jumped in fright. A flash of shock and fear appeared in his eyes. How did Uncle Yen get captured by Ling Shan? Didn't he ask Zhou Ruoming to lead him to intercept Lin Yi? Why, Mr. Zhou, do you know this murderer and robber? Ling Shan looked at the shocked Tiandi. Naturally, she knew that Yan Chiyuan was Tiandi's doing, but Tiandi wouldn't admit to something like this without evidence. No. I don't know him. Tiandi shook his head and dragged Zhou Ruoguang away. He didn't dare to have anything to do with a murderer, even though they were clearly related. Ling Shan smiled coldly as she watched Tiandi and Zhou Ruoguang leave. She turned around and bumped into Lu Wangli. Captain Song, you arrested someone. He's so old, what did he do? Wang Li asked as he looked at the criminal in Ling Shan's hands. Yan Qiyuan, he's a fugitive for robbery and murder. Ling Shan said faintly to Lu Wangli. I'll leave him to you. Captain Song, you brought Yan Qiyuan back. Wang Li's eyes were wide as he looked at Ling Shan in awe. Ling Shan had been solving many big cases recently, and her position in the police and criminal police had skyrocketed. She was now a qualified successor to Huaijuan. The voices that said that Ling Shan only knew how to charge and not solve cases were all gone now. It seemed that everyone approved of Ling Shan. Lu Wangli didn't like it when his superior was being talked about, and now they were all praising him. Lu Wangli was amazing, and now that Ling Shan had brought back a fugitive, Lu Wangli felt even more proud. Ling Shan, on the other hand, felt conflicted. Just what was her relationship with Lin Yi? Was it a partnership or an enemy? She really couldn't tell. Tiandi and Zhou Ruoguang went back to the car, and Tiandi clutched his chest in shock. Ruoguang, am I seeing things? Isn't that Uncle Yen? It's Uncle Yen. Zhou Ruoguang nodded. How did Ling Shan get him? Isn't he an early phase golden class? I don't know, let's call Ruoguang first. Tiandi was desperate to find out the truth. Hello. Ruoguang. What happened to you? How did the police get Uncle Yen? Tiandi called Zhou Ruoguang, firing off a barrage of questions before Zhou Ruoguang could say anything. Dad, it's big. Zhou Ruoguang was scared out of his wits as well, hiding at home. He didn't even dare go to school. That kid's called Lin Yi, he's from our school. He's a master. He knocked Uncle Yen out with one slap, and knocked him out with a few kicks. What? That guy's that strong. Tiandi was shocked when he heard Zhou Ruoguang's words. What shocked him the most was that Zhou Ruoguang knew Lin Yi. He's the tyrant of our school, no one dares mess with him now. Zhou Ruoguang sounded like he was on the verge of tears. He didn't like me from the start, and I brought Uncle Yen to cause trouble for him today. You've really gotten me killed. Dad, I don't even dare go to school anymore. Tiandi's face paled instantly. He knew how strong Uncle Yen was, and how strong did someone have to be to take him down so easily. How did he end up messing with someone like that? Tiandi was scared just thinking about it. If Lin Yi really wanted to kill him, it'd be as easy as killing an ant. He'd even had to fight over a hospital room with him last time. He couldn't even imagine the consequences. Tiandi wasn't the one with the worst expression on his face, but Zhou Ruoguang. He'd heard what Tiandi said through the phone, and he was even more scared than Tiandi. Dad, I told you we couldn't mess with this guy, and you just had to do it. Now we're done for. He can kill us like a toy. What are we going to do in the future? You even told me to go teach him a lesson last time. It's a good thing I didn't go, or you'd be burning Joss paper for me right now. Alright, Ruoguang, don't be scared. Lin Yi is strong, but he didn't do anything to us, did he? He kept Uncle Yen and let Ruoguang go, which means he doesn't want to bother with normal people like us. We just don't mess with him in the future, and find a way to give him a red envelope. We'll have a feast to apologize to him. I don't think he'll hold it against us, will he? Tiandi was a smart man, and he immediately analyzed the situation. I guess that's the only way. Zhou Ruoguang nodded. I was possessed last time, and I even wanted to flirt with the girl next to him. Man, I'm scared just thinking about it. Yeah, I remember what he looks like this time, and I even took a picture of it and saved it in my phone. We'll avoid him when we see him in the future, and if we can't avoid him, we'll be more respectful. They say you don't hit someone who's smiling at you, so we'll just suck up to him a little. He's a master, I don't think he'll hold it against us, right? Chapter 424. Xiao Xiao wants revenge. Xiao Xiao hadn't thought of a way to deal with Lin Yi yet, but she was a little embarrassed to face Lin Yi. She'd been drenched by him at noon, and Xiao Xiao was quite embarrassed. She'd never been in such an awkward situation in her life, and now she'd fallen into Lin Yi's hands. What surprised Xiao Xiao was that she didn't see Lin Yi when she returned to the classroom. She let out a breath of relief. "Hey, pretty girl, you know my boss." Kong Xiaobo turned around, curious about Xiao Xiao's identity. It was obvious that she was here for Lin Yi, but he didn't want to ask Lin Yi. Now that Lin Yi wasn't in the classroom, he could ask Xiao Xiao. "Lin Yi's your boss?" Xiao Xiao wanted to find someone familiar with Lin Yi to get to know Lin Yi better. "Yeah, I'm his follower," Kong Xiaobo said proudly, as if being Lin Yi's follower was something to be proud of. "Oh." Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes and said to Kong Xiaobo, "I'll tell you something in secret. Don't tell anyone, including your boss, Lin Yi." Xiaobo hesitated. He wanted to hear what Xiao Xiao was talking about, but he didn't want to hide it from Lin Yi. It wasn't a good idea. "I won't tell you if you don't agree." Xiao Xiao saw Kong Xiaobo's hesitation and threw out a more important chip. "It's about me coming to find your boss." As expected, Kong Xiaobo was interested, scratching his ears and cheeks as he hesitated. Then tell me." "I won't tell my boss." "Please don't tell me, or I'll be really embarrassed." Xiao Xiao looked at Kong Xiaobo, putting on a pitiful look. "Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. I promise I won't tell the boss." Kong Xiaobo patted his chest and promised. But Kong Xiaobo wasn't an idiot. He promised not to tell Lin Yi, but he didn't promise not to tell Tang Yun. He'd just tell Tang Yun and Tang Yun would tell Lin Yi, and it wouldn't have anything to do with him. "Actually, I like Lin Yi. I transferred here because of him," Xiao Xiao whispered to Kong Xiaobo, blushing. "Ha!" Kong Xiaobo's eyes widened. You have a crush on my boss?" Xiao Xiao nodded. "Don't tell anyone, Don't worry, I promised." Kong Xiaobo was in a difficult position now. This wasn't something he could tell Tang Yun, it'd be gossip. "Hey, can you tell me about Lin Yi? I want to know more about him." As far as Xiao Xiao was concerned, Zhou Ruoming and Pin Liang's information were all indirect. Only someone like Kong Xiaobo, who interacted with Lin Yi all the time, could be trusted. "But, my boss has a girlfriend already. Your chances are really slim." Kong Xiaobo sighed. His boss was really lucky, all the girls who liked him were so pretty. "It's okay, I don't care. I don't care about the title, I just want to be by his side quietly. I won't fight for anything." Xiao Xiao shook her head and said pitifully. "Aw." Kong Xiaobo froze. There were girls like this in this day and age. Xiao Xiao wasn't bad at all, she could get any boyfriend she wanted, but she didn't care about the status and wanted to be with Lin Yi. His boss was outstanding, but Xiaobo was still very envious. He felt pity for Xiao Xiao. "So what you're saying is that you want to be by his side quietly, only giving and not taking?" Xiao Xiao nodded. "Boss is here. We'll talk next time." Kong Xiaobo raised his head to see Lin Yi enter the classroom. He quickly shut his mouth. Lin Yi drove Tang Yun back to school. There wasn't any traffic on the way, but they were still a little late, only entering the school after the first afternoon class. What surprised him in the afternoon class was that Xiao Xiao, who'd changed her clothes, seemed to have forgotten about what happened in the washroom at lunchtime. She didn't bother him at all, didn't even bring it up. What surprised Lin Yi even more was that the entire afternoon was quiet. Xiao Xiao didn't say anything to him. What surprised Lin Yi was that Kong Xiaobo was looking at him in a weird way. It wasn't that Xiao Xiao didn't want to say anything, but she hadn't found a way to deal with Lin Yi yet. She didn't want to let Lin Yi go so easily. Getting drenched in Lin Yi's piss was the biggest humiliation she'd ever experienced in her life. She'd never been so humiliated. But Xiao Xiao couldn't find a way to teach Lin Yi a lesson right now. On one hand, she wanted Lin Yi to teach her how to drive, so she couldn't offend Lin Yi too much. For example, that stupid suggestion from Zhou Ruoming was something she couldn't accept. If she did anything to Tang Yun, then Lin Yi would become her mortal enemy, and that would ruin her original goal. It would be best if she could teach Lin Yi a lesson, but it wouldn't be too much of a loss. Just a little humiliation, just like how she did in the afternoon. When school was about to end, the homeroom teacher Lu came to the classroom and walked up to the podium. "Everyone, quiet down, I have something to say. Tomorrow, our graduating class is going to have a tree planting event. There's an empty space behind the school, and it's where all the graduating students plant trees. We're about to graduate, and we'll be going our separate ways. In order to leave a memory for our old school, everyone can plant trees on this empty space. A few years later, when you return to your old school, it'll have a special meaning." Teacher Lu's words drew a round of applause from all the students present. The dull and boring life of a senior high student was filled with repetitive reading, questions, and tests. Now that there was such an activity, everyone naturally raised their hands to welcome it. There's no limit to the types of saplings. They're sold at the flower, bird, and fish market not far from the school. You can get them for a few kuai to a few hundred, depending on your financial ability. If you're really poor, you can donate a few kuai sapling from the class allowance, Teacher Lu said. Although there weren't any poor students in his class, he still had to say it according to tradition. Everyone expressed their support. Before graduation, most students wanted to leave a memory for their old school. After all, they were about to leave. Returning to their old school after a few years and seeing the sapling they planted with their own hands grow up was a different feeling. Chapter 425. Chapter 425, Shark Hunting Opportunity. What's so good about planting trees? Pinliang didn't quite understand what Xiaofu was getting at. "Liang bro, think about it. You can make a tree and decorate it with Mingyao's name. Mingya'll definitely like it when she sees it. All girls like these." Gao Xiaofu said, "Look at the return of the Condor heroes." On Guoxiang's birthday, Yang Guo gave her a firework. As a result, she was so happy that she even pledged her life to him. Gave herself to him. Why did I think Guoxiang became a nun? Pinliang blinked. Ugh, then she became a nun. I don't remember, maybe I was looking at Dejinshi. Xiaofu said, a little embarrassed. I think that being a nun is for love. Anyway, it'll definitely work. You're saying that I should light a firework too? Pinliang asked. Yeah, Liang bro, haven't you heard of the Flare Silverflower Nightless Club? We'll give Meng Yao a Flare Silverflower Nightless Club. Xiaofu said. Alright, it's settled then. I'll go buy a sapling. Pinliang thought that it was a good idea. It was much easier than writing a letter of blood. At least he wouldn't have to hurt himself with the Flare Silverflower Nightless Club. This sapling needs to be special, too. It can't be the same as the others. If it's the same, then we won't be able to show how special we are. Xiaofu said. Alright, I'll do some research and get an imported sapling. Pinliang was very excited. Xiaofu had finally come up with a good idea. Liang bro, should we tell Xiao Lil sis about this? She's the big sis of our class now, after all. We should at least tell her about this big thing we're doing, right? Xiaofu reminded. That's right, we should tell her about this in case Xiao Lil sis has some plans against Lin Yi. It'd be bad if there were any conflicts. After school, Pinliang invited Xiao to a corner of the school field, preparing to tell her about what Xiaofu had told him. Xiao patiently listened to Xiaofu's explanation. She wasn't interested in whether or not Pinliang was going after Meng Yao. Her target was Lin Yi. That's it. What does that have to do with me? Xiao frowned. I thought you guys thought of a way to humiliate Lin Yi. Humiliating Lin Yi. Little sister Xiao Xiao, didn't you want to teach him a lesson? Why are you humiliating him again? Pin Liang paused. He'd thought that Xiao Xiao and Lin Yi had some sort of deep grudge, but it didn't seem like it. Why do you care what I want to do? Xiao Xiao humphed. I've embarrassed myself to death today, so I'm going to embarrass him. If that's the case, I have an idea. Gao Xiaofu's eyes lit up. What plan? Xiao Xiao looked at this useless advisor, not sure what he could say. Aren't we going to create a fireworks silver flower never sleeps? There'll be fireworks and firecrackers, and we'll give you a string of firecrackers, and you secretly hang them on Lin Yi's butt. Light it up, and Lin Yi's butt. Heh, he'll be as humiliated as you can imagine. Xiaofu wasn't good at other things, but he could come up with some dirty tricks. Oh. Xiao Xiao started thinking about the feasibility of this plan. If done correctly, it was a good idea. Secretly hang the firecrackers on Lin Yi's back without him noticing, and when Pinliang lit up the fireworks, they'd secretly light the firecrackers on Lin Yi's back, pretending that it was an accident. Even if Lin Yi wanted revenge, he wouldn't be able to find any evidence, would he? Little sister Xiao Xiao, I think Xiaofu's idea isn't bad. Pinliang, naturally, hated Lin Yi to the bone, and so he encouraged Xiao Xiao to do it the moment he heard that it could humiliate Lin Yi. Well, I'll think about it. Xiao Xiao wasn't as confident as Pinliang was. She needed to study the possibilities of this plan. Yao Yao, are we going to plant trees tomorrow? Yushu was looking forward to this event. In fact, she was looking forward to anything new and interesting. Of course we're going. A few years later, when we've all graduated, gotten married, and had kids, we'll bring them to visit our alma mater. We'll tell them that this is where their mom went to. It should be very educational. Meng Yao nodded seriously. Oh, then will our kids have the same dad? Yushu asked. Shoo. Meng Yao glared at Yushu. She really wanted to crack open her best friend's skull and see what was inside. How could Yushu turn something as serious as this into a farce just like that? Yushu blinked. Open your mouth, Meng Yao ordered. No, never. Yushu shook her head. Why? Meng Yao paused. Yushu had always been an obedient girl. You pulled my tongue out, it hurts. Yushu said. You know it hurts and you're still talking nonsense. Meng Yao humphed. Then I won't talk about it next time, Yushu promised. You always say next time, next time, next time. How many times will there be next time? Meng Yao didn't believe Yushu at all. Yao Yao, the original meaning of this sentence is tomorrow after tomorrow. How many times will there be tomorrow? Yushu said. Oh, then tomorrow it is. It's more or less the same, who cares about tomorrow? Shoo, you're changing the topic again. Meng Yao was speechless. Yushu had almost gotten away with it again. Hee. Yushu stuck her tongue out. Let's not talk about it for so long. We haven't gotten the saplings yet. Let's go buy some. All right. Meng Yao forgave Yushu for now. She had to learn to be tolerant with a best friend like this. Take a step back. Otherwise, she'd die of anger 10 times a day. Go get Lin Yi and tell him to drive with us. We can't fit the saplings in the car. Okay. Shield bro. Shield bro. Yushu called Lin Yi at the top of her lungs. Lin Yi had gone back to her room after seeing Yushu and Meng Yao bickering. She was already used to the two's behavior, so she wasn't surprised at all. Lin Yi heard Yushu's call and walked out of the room. What is it? Shield bro, I want to eat shark meat again. Yushu said. Meng Yao almost fell off the sofa. Didn't she ask him to go buy saplings? Why was the shark meat involved again? Oh, they don't sell it on the market. Why don't you go catch one yourself? Lin Yi was speechless. Shark meat wasn't that tasty. Why did this Miss Chen like it? Chapter 426. Chapter 426, Tree Shopping Shoo. Aren't we going out to buy saplings? Meng Yao said through gritted teeth, holding back the urge to faint. Right. Then let's buy saplings first. Yushu nodded. Lin Yi, we're going out to buy saplings, and the car's pretty big. Should we go in your car? Meng Yao didn't let Yushu do it for her this time. She didn't really want to talk to Lin Yi, but she didn't know what to say after Lin Yi got into trouble with Xiao Xiao today. She was a little embarrassed. She was the one who'd caused all this trouble, and yet she'd asked Shu to text Lin Yi and ask if he was messing around. All right. Lin Yi nodded. How could he say no to the miss? Lin Yi asked. Are we leaving now? Yeah, we're leaving now. Meng Yao stood up and pulled Yushu along, getting ready to leave with Lin Yi. It was the first time the Miss and Miss Chen had been in Lin Yi's broken car, and they couldn't help but gasp at how broken it was. Shield bro, this car of yours, it can still be driven. Yushu couldn't understand how a car like this could still move, and it was moving pretty fast too. You know now whether it can drive or not, right? Lin Yi smiled. A follower like me would be lucky to have a broken car to drive. Oh, I'll give you my car then. I don't like driving anyway. Yushu said seriously. Meng Yao felt a little embarrassed. Lin Yi was her follower, and he didn't even have a car. Who knew what junkyard he'd gotten it from? She coughed. Lin Yi, I'll tell Faubert to buy you a business car tomorrow. Aw. It's fine, I'm pretty used to it. Lin Yi wasn't expecting the miss to be this sensitive. He just said it casually, and she wanted to buy him a car. Oh. Meng Yao, naturally, wouldn't try to convince Lin Yi otherwise. That Xiao Xiao didn't do anything to you today, did she? Man, why not? She took a photo of me going to the toilet to blackmail me, but I thought it was Zhong Pingliang, so I pissed her all over. That's a big grudge. Lin Yi didn't try to hide it. This was all because of him going out with the miss, so Meng Yao couldn't blame it on him if anything happened to Xiao Xiao in the future. Aw. You thought she was Zhong Pingliang and pissed her all. Meng Yao's eyes widened. She and Shu had gone to check the toilet when it rained last time, and the thought of Pingliang's pitiful face was hilarious. But how embarrassing would it be if it were a girl? Meng Yao's eyes were wide open. She'd gone to the toilet with Shu last time when it rained, and thinking about Zhong Pingliang's pitiful state was quite funny. But how embarrassing would it be if it were a girl? Meng Yao could imagine that if it were her, she'd probably want to die. There was no way Xiao Xiao would just let it go. Lin Yi didn't mind. Let her be. She'll leave when she's tired of revenge. She's just a little girl. Lin Yi didn't really care. Let her be, she'll leave when she's tired of revenge. She's just a little girl. I'm really sorry, I didn't think she'd go after you. Meng Yao said apologetically. Maybe I'll talk to her tomorrow, tell her that it wasn't your fault. Meng Yao's face was a little red as she humphed. I'm a person who knows what's good and bad for me. Don't think that just because I spoke up for you, it means that I'll treat you well. I'm telling you, I actually still really hate you. Meng Yao blurted out in a panic, but regretted it immediately after. Did she really still hate Lin Yi? It didn't seem like it anymore, huh? Lin Yi smiled. I know, but Xiao Xiao can't do anything to me. Don't go after her, in case the class finds out about our relationship. Meng Yao gritted her teeth at Lin Yi. In case the class finds out about our relationship? So what if they find out? What's there to be afraid of if I'm not even scared? What's the meaning of this? But Meng Yao understood that Lin Yi was saying this because he didn't want to put her in a difficult position, not because of himself. But Meng Yao was still angry. Any other boy would be more than happy to have a relationship with her, but why didn't this Lin Yi realize that at all? Could it be that he was so weak? Meng Yao didn't say anything, and the atmosphere in the car got a little heavy. Luckily, Yushu was there. Shield bro, do you think there'd be sharks in the flower bird fish market? Meng Yao really wanted to slap Yushu to death. Shu, do you think people would buy a shark to raise at home? Aren't they afraid of getting eaten by sharks? There are. Yushu nodded. For example, suicidal people. Alright, you win. Meng Yao slapped her forehead. Lin Yi parked the car in front of the fish market and brought Meng Yao and Yushu inside. Follow closely, it's a messy place. There might be pickpockets. Oh. Yushu quickened her steps before slowing down again. I didn't bring any money. Shu, are you serious? You're not joking. Meng Yao's face changed upon hearing Yushu's words. No, Yao Yao, you know that I like to put my wallet in my bag. Yushu said. Look at my dress, where's my wallet? I didn't bring any either. Meng Yao frowned. Lin Yi, did you bring any money? Ah, I did. Lin Yi said to himself. No wonder Faubert gave him a credit card. These two girls didn't bring any money when they went out. Then. I'll lend it to you. Meng Yao breathed out in relief. It'd be a wasted trip if Lin Yi didn't bring any money. Wow, Yao Yao, look, there really are saplings for sale here. There's so many different types. Yushu was dazzled as she walked in. Yao Yao, what should we plant tomorrow? Meng Yao shook her head. She wasn't an expert in plants, so she didn't know what to buy. Yao Yao, look over there. That tree looks special. Why does it need an 4 drip? Yushu pointed at a few saplings not far away. I don't know, maybe it's sick. Meng Yao said. Ah, it's nutrient fluids. Some imported saplings need to be injected with nutrient fluids because of the difference in environment, or they won't survive. Lin Yi explained with a smile. Some high-class parks have these kinds of trees. This one looks interesting. Yao Yao, maybe we should buy this. Yushu found the 4 tree quite interesting. Chapter 427. Chapter 427, Phone robbery, you're right, I can't do it every day. Yushu said as she stuck her tongue out. Can't you stop doing stupid things like that? Meng Yao said helplessly. All right. Yao Yao, what kind of tree do you think we should buy? Yushu asked timidly as she shrunk her head back. Something a little prettier, something a little more normal. Meng Yao didn't understand stuff like that. How about a fruit tree? Ah, why did you bump into me? A young man bumped into Meng Yao, causing her to stumble and almost fall to the ground. The young man quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose, I was in a hurry to move the goods. Oh, it's nothing. Meng Yao frowned, deciding not to argue with the guy since he said it wasn't intentional. Wait. The guy was about to leave when Lin Yi pulled him back. Whoa. What are you doing? The guy's eyes flashed with wariness, and Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi, not quite sure what was going on. She'd already let it go, so why was Lin Yi holding a grudge now? Take out your phone. Lin Yi said faintly. Phone? What phone? The guy was clearly panicking, but he started yelling all of a sudden. It's a robbery, someone's trying to steal my phone. Someone come quickly. The guy's yelling attracted the attention of the people around them, and they all came over to watch the commotion. What's going on? A couple of security guards walked over to the guy. He's trying to rob me, and he asked for my phone. The guy said innocently. Yeah, I can prove it. This guy doesn't know what's right or wrong, he's asking for his phone. Someone in the crowd interrupted all of a sudden. Oh. If that's the case, follow me to the security room then. The leader of the security guard said as he looked at Lin Yi, his eyes lingering on Meng Yao and Yushu behind him, a perverted look in his eyes. Lin Yi, what's going on? Meng Yao was getting a little pissed off. They were here to buy saplings, what was Lin Yi doing? Stopping a stranger and asking for his phone. Your phone was stolen by him. Lin Yi shrugged and looked at Mississippi, aw. My phone. Meng Yao's face changed as she touched her pocket. The phone that was originally in his pocket had disappeared. You mean, he stole my phone? Yes, why else would I stop him? Lin Yi nodded. Hey, don't fucking slander me. Who took your phone? The young man puffed out his chest and shouted confidently, if you say that I took your phone, then why don't you take a look? You turned off your phone long ago. Lin Yi glanced at him and said faintly. Lin Yi clearly saw through his little cleverness. Alright, that's enough. Follow me to the security room, and we'll be able to tell who's right and who's wrong when we get there. The captain evidently didn't want Lin Yi to say anything more as he pushed him away. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he guessed what was going on. This security captain was in cahoots with the thief. You two wait for me in the car. Never mind, stay with me. Lin Yi wanted to let Meng Yao and Yushu wait in the car first, but thinking of the perverted look in the security captain's eyes, Lin Yi didn't feel at ease. It was better to let them stay with him. Zhou Ruoming only returned to school when it was almost time for school to end. He asked a few of his lackeys and was relieved to hear that Lin Yi didn't look for him or ask about him. It seemed like Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with him anymore. At first, Zhou Ruoming thought that Lin Yi didn't kill him because he didn't want to fall out with him, but today, he truly understood that Lin Yi didn't care about him at all. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done it a long time ago. Just like Uncle Yen today. So what if he was a golden class master? Didn't he still get stepped on by Lin Yi? As long as he understood this, Zhou Ruoming wasn't afraid anymore. As long as he didn't defend Lin Yi in the future, there shouldn't be a problem. Ming bro, are we going to join the tree planting tomorrow? It was Zhou Ruoming's number one lackey, Yunlingxi. Of course, of course. Zhou Ruoming was very proud when he heard about tree planting. Look at the forest behind the school. There were at least 3 or 4 trees planted by Zhou Ruoming. 1 tree a year. He'd been in high school for 3 or 4 years now. Everyone else only had 1 tree, but Zhou Ruoming had several. Who could compete with him? Who could compete with him? Every time he planted a tree, Zhou Ruoming would be especially proud. As they spoke, Zhou Ruoming's phone rang again. It was his father, Zhou Tiandi. Tiandi was getting more and more scared the more he thought about it. He discussed it with Zhou Ruoguang and comforted himself for a while, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt uneasy. And so, he decided to ask his youngest son, Zhou Ruoming, about what happened back then. He wanted to know what Lin Yi meant. It was easy to invite a god in, but hard to send him away. Offending a god like Lin Yi wasn't going to end well. Where are you right now? Tiandi asked. Dad, I'm at school. School just ended. What's up? Zhou Ruoming asked. Come to my company, I have something to ask you. I'll pick you up at school right now. Tiandi said. He didn't send a car to pick Zhou Ruoming up every day in order to make him study hard. He didn't think that this would give Zhou Ruoming even more freedom. No one would see him do bad things, and that made him even more reckless. I'm going to the flower bird fish market at home. Our school is starting to plant trees again tomorrow. I'll go look for a sapling. Zhou Ruoming said. Then wait for me at school. I'll be right there. Tiandi said. About 10 minutes later, Tiandi drove the BMW that Lin Yi had destroyed to the school. The appearance of the car annoyed Tiandi, but pissing off Lin Yi made him even more annoyed. Zhou Ruoming got in the car, and Tiandi asked impatiently, "You know Lin Yi?" "Of course I do. He slapped me a couple of times at school, he's my biggest enemy." Zhou Ruoming nodded. "I had my eyes on his girl, but who knew he was that strong?" Tiandi almost rolled his eyes at that. His whole family was Lin Yi's enemy, wasn't it? Tiandi felt the urge to cry. Chapter 428. Chapter 428, catching a couple of thieves. It was also because of this that Tiandi had developed a temper. His son, Zhou Ruoguang, wouldn't be this cocky otherwise, even if he was the leader of the North District's gangsters. But today, he'd run into an iron plate like Lin Yi. His biggest support wasn't working. He's not just a match for him. Uncle Yen didn't even get to do anything, and Lin Yi sent him flying with one slap. That's an instant kill. Zhou Ruoming was terrified just thinking about it. It seemed that Lin Yi hadn't used his full strength when he'd slapped him, otherwise Uncle Yen would have been sent flying and his own head would have been gone as well. Instant kill. Tiandi's lips twitched. He thought that Uncle Yen had been defeated after he fought Lin Yi, but now it seemed that Lin Yi was far stronger than Faubert. "Ruoming, do you think we should buy some gifts and go visit Lin Yi and apologize?" Tiandi asked after some thought. "That? I don't know, but I don't think that's possible right now." Zhou Ruoming shook his head. "Lin Yi's pissed right now, wouldn't it be suicide if we went? We'll go apologize after things calm down a bit. That should be fine, right?" "That's true." Tiandi nodded. "I'll see if I can use my connections to visit Uncle Yen and get a feel for Lin Yi's true strength." "That works. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle." Zhou Ruoming made up an idiom. "Win every battle, my ass. Even if you know how strong he is, we won't be able to win. Unless we know someone stronger." Tiandi cursed. "Just us. Don't even think about it for the rest of our lives." "Man. I guess that's the only way." Aside from the fear, Zhou Ruoming wasn't willing to give up. Being bullied and having to endure it made him very uncomfortable. Tiandi parked the car in front of the market and got out with Zhou Ruoming. This market was opened by Zhou Tiandi, and with Zhou Ruoguang's men watching over the place, there wouldn't be any problems. The yearly rent alone was tens of millions, and it was a profitable business. "Motherfucker, who parked their broken car in my exclusive parking space?" Tiandi cursed with a frown. There weren't any signs of parking spaces in front of the entrance, but they'd still take up space when there were a lot of cars. However, there weren't many cars today, and this spot was occupied. Naturally, Tiandi wasn't happy about it. This was his exclusive parking spot every time he came here. It's just a broken piece of bread. Get someone to ask which business owner used this cart to transport goods. It needs to be cleaned up, right? Tell Ruoguang to find them some money tomorrow. Tiandi was pissed, so he vented his anger elsewhere. "Ha!" Zhou Ruoming got off the car and looked in the direction of his father's scolding. He almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He recognized that Mini wasn't that Lin Yi's car. "Dad, stop, please stop, look at the license plate." Zhou Ruoming quickly stopped his father from cursing, afraid that Lin Yi would hear him. "What's wrong with the license plate? What's so nice about a license plate?" Tiandi didn't think much of it as he walked into the market with his big belly. "It's Lin Yi's car," Zhou Ruoming said. "Lin Yi's here at the market." "What?" Tiandi jumped in fright upon hearing that it was Lin Yi's car. Thank goodness he hadn't asked the security guards to tow the car away, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Tiandi broke out in a cold sweat as he turned to leave. Ruoming, let's go, let's not stay here, so Ruoming hesitated. He hadn't gotten his sapling yet, and it wasn't a coincidence that he'd run into Lin Yi, was it? Let's go to the office and come out after Lin Yi leaves. That works too. Tiandi nodded and walked into the market with Zhou Ruoming. The security guard at the entrance saw Tiandi and called out loudly. Mr. Zhou. Don't make a sound. Don't shout. Tiandi was about to explode. What was he shouting for? What if Lin Yi heard him? The security guard paused, not understanding what was going on. Could it be that Tiandi had brought some people with him to visit the market incognito? To check on the situation in the market? Thinking of this, the security guard felt that it was very possible, so he quickly nodded. Okay. I won't say any more. Tiandi and Zhou Ruoming slipped into the manager's office like ghosts. The manager of the market, Xia Fenpian, had just received a report from his security captain, saying that they'd caught a rich guy and two pretty girls. They'd investigated their backgrounds, and all they did was drive an old van. They couldn't be powerful people. And so Fenpian prepared to go down and take advantage of them. Stealing a phone. So he'd just take off his clothes and search them. Fenpian was more than willing to do that. Of course, he didn't dare do anything more than that, because he was afraid that something would go wrong. Searching a thief might be a bit overboard, but it wouldn't cause too much trouble. Fenpian was just getting excited when he raised his head to see Tiandi and Zhou Ruoming barging in. He jumped. Did they know what he'd done? But, according to Fenpian's understanding, Zhou Tiandi wasn't a good person either. He was a troublemaker for the young girls in the company, and this was what they meant when they said that a crooked stick would have a crooked shadow. Tiandi's family, Zhou Ruoguang and Zhou Ruoming, as well as his underlings, weren't good people. Fenpian was only acting so recklessly because of Zhou Ruoguang's indulgence. He was originally a gangster in the North District, and because Zhou Ruoguang thought highly of him, he became the manager of the market. Fenpian wasn't afraid anymore when he remembered that Tiandi was the same type of person. Mr. Zhou, you're here. I have something good I wanted Guang Bro to tell you. What is it? Tiandi paused. He wasn't feeling too good, and it'd make him feel better if he could rush it. The security department caught a couple of thieves, and there were some pretty girls among them. Mr. Zhou, do you want to search them? Fenpian said lecherously. Oh. Did you get a background check? Tiandi paused and asked. This was his hobby, after all. If there really was no problem, then he'd use the thieves to vent his anger. No background, they came in a broken van that looked like it came from a junkyard. There's no way they have any background. Fenpian said. Chapter 429. Becoming an idiot, it's just a couple of thieves, what's wrong? Fenpian paused, not understanding why Tiandi was acting like this. A couple of thieves. A man and a woman. Zhou Ruoming was surprised as well. A man and two women. Fenpian said. A man and two women. Zhou Ruoming paused and looked at Tiandi, both sighing in relief. A man and two women, that should be fine. If it's Lin Yi, he should be with Tang Yun, not a man and two women. That scared the hell out of me. Tiandi patted his chest. I've been scared to the point of going crazy. That's right, I've been so paranoid all day. Zhou Ruoming was suddenly interested in the pretty girls Fenpian was talking about, but he didn't dare say it out loud in front of his father. He could only look at Tiandi with a twinkle in his eyes. Come, let's go together. Tiandi, naturally, knew what kind of person his son was. He was as lecherous as he was, and so Tiandi decided to go together with his son. Heh, let's go check it out then. Zhou Ruoming was overjoyed, but he put on a fearful expression. Fenpian thought to himself that he'd lost a great opportunity to get close to Lin Yi, but that wasn't a big deal. He could use this opportunity to please the boss and the young master. Pretty girls weren't hard to find, after all, and he could find a lot of them with money. Wouldn't his money be rolling in if he treated the father and son well? Lin Yi followed the security captain to the security room because he didn't want to make a move in the market. There were too many people there, and Lin Yi wouldn't be able to use his powers. These guys had no choice but to resign themselves to fate in the security room. Bang! The security captain locked the door as soon as they entered the security room, pointing at Lin Yi like a brute. You guys, tell me, how did you steal this? Otherwise, I'll send you to the police station. It won't be as simple as it is now. Ha, you're with him. Lin Yi didn't think much of the barbarian's attitude as he looked at the captain. What are you talking about? He's the victim, of course we have to uphold justice for him. The captain's face changed, but he still tried to argue. Ha, uphold justice. You think you're Ultraman or the leader of Wulin? Lin Yi smiled. Just tell me, what do you want? Meng Yao and Yushu, by now, understood that the security captain was in cahoots with the thief. But with Lin Yi there, they weren't afraid of anything. Meng Yao and Yushu had been through life and death situations with Lin Yi before, after all. This bit of danger was nothing compared to bank robbers and sharks. The two were even a little excited. They wanted to see it. Lin. Don't even think about getting out after entering this door. Since you're not being honest, we'll beat you up first. The captain waved his hand at the other guards. Bring the girls into the room. Chairman Xia will search them later. This kid is not being honest, so beat him up first. Yes. Several security guards rubbed their fists and nodded in agreement. Isn't it against the law to beat people up here? Lin Yi looked at the captain. In here, I'm the law. The captain pointed at Lin Yi arrogantly. I'm not afraid to tell you that there are no cameras here. If you go out, no one will be able to prove that you were beaten up by us. We can just say that you fell down yourself. Ah. I see. That's what I was thinking. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. What do you mean? Are you stupid? The captain blinked, not understanding what Lin Yi meant. I'm not stupid, but you're about to be. Lin Yi said as he patted the captain's head. What the hell are you talking about? Hee. Ha. Ho ho. The captain's eyes went blank all of a sudden as saliva dripped down from the corner of his mouth. He started laughing hysterically as he tried to catch the thief. 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 Shield bro, is he really stupid? Yushu cried out excitedly at the sight of the security captain turning into an idiot. This is fun, this is so fun. Shield bro, turn this guy into an idiot too. With that, Yushu pointed at the thief. Aw. Don't. The thief had seen Lin Yi's magic before, and he was scared out of his wits. He had never seen someone turn a person into an idiot with just 2 pats. He was a monster from the legends. This kid knows sorcery. Catch him. The other guards were scared as well, who had ever seen someone turn a person into an idiot with just a few moves. But, while there were people shouting for Lin Yi, no one dared to step forward. They were all afraid of becoming Lin Yi's next target. Not only did no one step forward, but they were also backing away. Plop. The thief dropped to his knees when he saw Lin Yi walking over. Bro, master, ancestor, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have stolen the phone, I'll return it to you now. With that, the thief took out Ming Yao's phone and placed it on the ground, crying with snot and tears all over his face. I'm just a small fry up front, Guang bro told us to cooperate and steal things, to cheat the customers. Lin Yi picked up the phone and handed it back to Meng Yao before the tears and snot dripped down. He then looked at the thief. Guang bro. What Guang bro? What does Guang bro do? Brother Guang is Zhou Ruoguang, the boss of the North District. This flower, bird, and fish market is also owned by his family. The thief said whatever was on his mind. He was afraid of becoming an idiot, so he naturally did not dare to hide anything. Oh. Zhou Ruoguang. Lin Yi blinked, not expecting it to be Zhou Ruoguang again. Now he was at loggerheads with his family. Call him, tell him to come here in 10 minutes, or I'll tear this place down. Alright, I'll make the call now. The thief was a little afraid of Zhou Ruoguang, but he was more afraid of Lin Yi right now. Zhou Ruoguang could only beat him half to death, but Lin Yi could make him wish he was dead. But, just as Lin Yi was talking to the thief, a security guard standing not too far away suddenly went berserk. He held a sharp knife in his hand as he approached Meng Yao. He wanted to use Meng Yao as a hostage to force Lin Yi to leave. He didn't feel safe with Lin Yi standing there. Since Lin Yi had already turned one person into an idiot, a few more wouldn't make a difference. Chapter 430. Turn into a few more, man. I didn't want to create too much food wasting trash, but you could have just stood there and waited for Zhou Ruoguang to come and everything would have been fine. Why bother? Lin Yi looked at the guard sympathetically. Oh, a new idiot is born. Yushu waved her fist. Shield bro, turn into a few more. 2 is too few. The other guards and thieves sweated as they listened. Why was this girl so cruel? Did she like seeing people turn into idiots? Gotcha. The door opened with a creak, and Xia Fenpian's eyes lit up when he saw Meng Yao and Yushu in the room. Such a beautiful girl, it's really a waste. If only Zhou Tiandi hadn't come today. Hee hee. Ha. Ha ha. Catch the thief. The security captain grabbed at Fenpian like a maniac, drooling from the inside. What are you doing? Fenpian jumped. Have you never seen a woman before? Even if these two girls are pretty, you don't have to be this infatuated, do you? You're drooling, don't you think that's disgusting? Mr. Zhou's here. Stand properly. Fenpian was pissed off, the security captain wasn't usually like this. What was wrong with him today? He had to make a fool out of himself in front of Tiandi, wasn't he? Mr. Zhou. Zhou Ruoguang's here. Lin Yi looked at Fenpian. Fenpian evidently hadn't figured out what was going on in the room yet, not knowing that Lin Yi had the upper hand. You know Guang bro. That's no use, it's Guang bro's father who came today. If you know what's good for you, you'd better shut up, or else. Ha ha. Slap. Fenpian didn't even get to finish before Lin Yi slapped him in the face. His ears started to bleed, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. Lin Yi was losing his patience. These Zhous didn't know what death was like, did they? Why were there so many idiots being sent to him one after another? Zhou Tiandi and Zhou Ruoming were dumbfounded when they heard the slaps and screams, especially when they heard Lin Yi's voice. The two of them stood at the door of the security room, not knowing whether to go in or not. They didn't know what to do. But even if they didn't come in, Lin Yi could still see them. He smiled coldly. Zhou Tiandi, Zhou Ruoming, come in. Tiandi and Zhou Ruoming looked at each other and forced themselves to walk into the security room. They wanted to kill the security captain right now. Of all the people he shouldn't mess with, why did he have to mess with Lin Yi? But wasn't Lin Yi with Tang Yun? Zhou Ruoming, however, saw Meng Yao and Yushu. I say, Zhou Tiandi, haven't you had enough of going against me? Lin Yi knew that today's incident had nothing to do with Tiandi, but if Tiandi still wanted to use these small security guards after losing a golden class master, then he'd have to be an idiot. So, it could only be said that it was a coincidence. Still, Lin Yi was quite annoyed. Why did Tiandi's family always have to make things difficult for him? No. Boss Lin, you've misunderstood. Tiandi's face paled. Boss Lin, that wasn't what I meant, I didn't know. Right, it was that Xia Fenpian, he was the one who said he caught a couple of thieves for me to take a look at, right, Ruoming? Lin Yi nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Ruoming was scared out of his wits as he nodded. We didn't come to flirt with pretty girls, Tiandi almost exploded at his son's words. Wasn't this just showing that he wasn't hiding something? He really wanted to send him flying with a kick. You idiot, what are you talking about? We're here to handle a theft case, and we're here to make sure it's fair and just. Yes, yes, yes. Boss Lin, this really has nothing to do with us. Ruoming quickly corrected himself. Boss Lin, this really has nothing to do with us, alright, I don't have time to waste with you guys. Load the 3 saplings and you two can leave. But don't mess with me next time, or I'll burn your house down. Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently. That's it for today. If you want to tell others, then do what you want, Zhou Ruoming paused. How could he just tell others? Wouldn't he be crazy if he told others about something like this? But he understood what Lin Yi was getting at. He was probably talking about seeing him with Meng Yao and Yushu, but what did Lin Yi have to do with Meng Yao and Yushu? They didn't say anything about that at school, did they? As confused as he was, Zhou Ruoming didn't dare ask. He and his father quickly went out to get the saplings after Lin Yi asked for them. Give me 3 saplings. Tiandi found a shop that sold saplings and asked the owner. How much? The shop owner saw that it was a big shot from the market asking for saplings. Why would he take money? He quickly brought the saplings over with a smile. Why do you need money? It's not that much. Just bring it over if you want to use it. I'll give you the money. Here's 100 kuai, is that enough? Tiandi took out 100 kuai from his wallet and handed it to the owner. I don't need that much, the saplings are cheap, just a few kuai each. The owner quickly waved his hand. Tiandi didn't have the time to waste with him. He threw the money down and grabbed the saplings before walking out. I'll get a worker to carry it for you. The owner asked kindly, seeing that Tiandi was doing it himself. It's fine. Tiandi refused decisively. He had to carry the saplings himself to show his sincerity. What if he got a worker and Lin Yi picked on him again? Plus, the saplings weren't heavy at all. He put the saplings in the car and carefully stood beside it, smiling. Boss Lin Yi, is there anything else you need? Nope. Right, I turned 2 of your security guards into idiots, is that okay? Lin Yi looked at Tiandi. They won't ask me for medical fees, will they? No, they won't, don't worry. Tiandi jumped. Turning people into idiots. What kind of technique was that? No wonder that security captain was acting so strangely. He thought he was a love-struck fool, but it turned out that he was an idiot. They fell and became idiots themselves, we'll compensate them according to the standard for work-related injuries. Chapter 431. Chapter 431, Breakthrough. Mingyao wasn't in the mood for Zhou Ruoming's family, and she'd been silent since she got in the car. Yushu, on the other hand, didn't seem to be affected. Shield bro, why willow trees? Isn't it better if we plant fruit trees? We can eat the fruits when they're ripe. Shoo! Didn't he say that he wouldn't ask such a stupid question? We'll be graduating by next year by then. Meng Yao reminded. Oh. Then why willow trees? Yushu nodded. That, I don't know. Lin Yi, why? Meng Yao asked. Haven't you guys heard of this saying? It's called planting a flower with the intention doesn't bloom, but planting a willow without the intention grows a shade. Lin Yi smiled. Willow trees are easier to grow, and it doesn't take much effort to take care of them. I see. Yushu nodded. Dr. Kang's villa. Grandpa, according to the lab's analysis, there are different types of dog poop. Different breeds of dog poop make different poop, so I suspect that not every type of dog poop can be used as a pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Xiaolong said. Oh. That's a big discovery. Dr. Kong said, taking Xiaolong's words very seriously. No wonder the effects of dog poop haven't been discovered yet. Different dogs make different poop. Good job, Xiaolong. Have you figured out what kind of dog shit this is? We compared and sampled thousands of dog poop samples, and consulted many dog experts. We came to the conclusion that this poop is most likely from a German Shepherd. Xiaolong said. Oh. No wonder, I heard that this dog's value is second only to the Tibetan Mastiff. It's very rare and expensive. Miracle Dr. Kong nodded. Alright, hurry up and get me one of these dogs. Let them poop and compare it, then report the results to me. Alright, Grandpa. I've already sent someone to buy one, so we should have news soon. Xiaolong said. By the way, when are you going to the Xiao family in Yanjing to propose marriage? Dr. Kong asked. Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat. That girl was quite pretty, and it wouldn't be hard to marry her. Even if the Xiao family wasn't that powerful right now, she could still be a stepping stone for House Kong. When House Kong grew stronger, he'd replace her and find a bigger family. But that was what he'd thought in the past. Xiaolong, who was about to figure out the recipe for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, was full of confidence. He didn't really think much of Xinyan. Grandpa, I think the most important thing right now is to figure out what kind of dog poop the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing is made from. That's the most important thing for our family right now. As for the marriage, I think we can postpone it for a while. If we really manage to figure out the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, our House Kang's position will skyrocket, and we might not have to marry into the Xiao family anymore. Xiaolong said. You're right, I didn't think it through before. Dr. Kong nodded in agreement after hearing Xiaolong's analysis. I've always thought of our family as a weak family, but if we have the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, things will be different. Golden creation is just a medicine for injuries. It can heal wounds, but it's only popular among women. It's a luxury item for the upper class. But the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing is different, it can save lives. Yeah, once we succeed, we won't be a small family anymore. All the other families will be begging us. Dr. Kong said. But if we can figure out the recipe, others can too, right? Don't worry, Grandpa. We won't be as stupid as Kong Xiaobo, taking dog poop out directly. We'll add some fragrance or something to make the pill fragrant. It won't be easy for people to analyze it then. Xiaolong said. But there's a risk, too, our main ingredient is dog poop. No matter how hard we try to cover it up, the dog poop will still be found out, won't it? Dr. Kong hesitated. That's true. Xiaolong nodded. It looks like I'll have to figure out how to keep the recipe a secret. Grandpa, I have an idea. Kong Mingming, who hadn't had the chance to speak up until now, stood up. He didn't want Xiaolong to take the lead. We'll reduce the proportion of dog poop in each pill, making it as rare as possible. We'll use the rest of the useless ingredients, so we'll just need to take a few more pills. It had to be said that Kong Mingming's plan was worth 3. Dr. Kong and Xiaolong listened to Kong Mingming's plan and were enlightened. Dr. Kong said, Illumination's method is feasible. Not bad, you two brothers, one intellectual and one martial. House Kong will be able to flourish in the future. Xiaolong wasn't happy that Kong Mingming took half of the credit, but he had to admit that Kong Mingming's method was very good. Diluting the dog poop and making it look like a supplementary ingredient that people could ignore. Hee hee. Kong Mingming smiled. Grandpa, Big Brother doesn't like that girl. Why don't you give her to me? Kong Xiaoming didn't have any great ambitions in his heart. Sneaking around was fine, but he didn't want to be in control of the corporation. As long as he got the shares in his hands, being a playboy wasn't a bad idea. So when he saw that Xiaolong wasn't interested in Wang Xinyan, he wanted to take her for himself. You brat, what are you thinking? She's your sister-in-law. Dr. Kong glared at his grandson helplessly. Hee, I was just saying. Kong Mingming felt that it wasn't appropriate and quickly changed his words. Fatty Lai finally got Lin Yi's number from Xuemin with tears and snot on his face. He'd asked for Lu Tiany's number before, but Lu Tiany wouldn't give him Lin Yi's number no matter what. In the end, Fatty Lai panicked and wanted to be irreconcilable enemies. Lu Tiany had no choice but to give him some advice. Brother Lai, it's not that I'm trying to make things difficult for you, but I really don't dare to. I'm begging Miracle Dr. Lin, how could I just give his information to someone else? How about this, Professor Guan and Miracle Dr. Lin are very close. Go beg him, he'll definitely have a way. I begged him back then. And so, Fatty Lai ran to Xuemin's house as if he'd received an imperial edict. Xuemin didn't tell him, so he knelt in front of Xuemin's house and started crying. Guan Axan came home from her night shift and was shocked to see a fatty crying in front of her house. You. Who are you? What do you want? You are. Are you Guan Xuemin's family? Fatty Lai raised his head and asked as soon as he heard someone talking to him. Chapter 432. Little Bodyguard. Ah. You're Professor Guan's granddaughter? That's great. Do you know Miracle Dr. Lin Yi's number? I'm looking for him. Fatty Lai started sobbing again. My dad has uremia and he's dying. Miracle Dr. Lin can cure him, but Professor Guan won't tell us his number. Lin Yi was stunned. You're looking for Lin Yi. Guan Axan paused and looked at the pitiful Fatty Lai. Why don't I tell you? If he blames you, just tell him I gave it to him. Guan Axan was a kind-hearted person. She couldn't bear to see the fatty crying in front of her door, so she gave him Lin Yi's number. Thank you, thank you. Miss Guan, you're such a kind-hearted person. You must be Miracle Dr. Lin's girlfriend, right? Fatty Lai may be a crybaby, but he was a veteran in the business world. His ability to read people's expressions was extraordinary. He saw Guan Axan's blush when she mentioned Lin Yi, and he knew that her relationship with Lin Yi wasn't simple. No wonder Xuemin and Lin Yi were so close. It was because of this. Fatty Lai had been wondering why Lin Yi started a medicine company with Xuemin. Did he trust Xuemin that much? Lin Yi's medical skills were much better than Xuemin's. So there was this layer of relationship between them. No. We're just good friends. Guan Axan was embarrassed by Fatty Lai's words, stuttering as she blushed. But she was happy inside. The fatty may be a crybaby, but his words were nice. Giving him her number wasn't a waste. Then I won't bother Miss Guan anymore. I'll go make the call. Fatty Lai wanted to get closer to Lin Yi as soon as possible. Guan Axan was already embarrassed, but Fatty Lai's words made her breathe a sigh of relief as she ran into the villa. Lin Yi remembered that Tang Yun was supposed to participate in the tree planting tomorrow. He wondered if she had any saplings. He took out his phone and was about to make a call when it rang. He thought it was Tang Yun, but it was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Lin Yi answered the phone. Is that Miracle Dr. Lin? Fatty Lai asked in surprise. Miracle Dr. Lin. Who are you? Lin Yi was slightly startled. A few days ago, he was looking for Thief Lin, and today, he was looking for Miracle Dr. Lin. Miracle Dr. Lin, it really is you. I'm Lai Changyi. Fatty Lai quickly introduced himself. Lai Changyi. I don't know him. Lin Yi was about to hang up the phone. Sob sob. Miracle Dr. Lin, don't you recognize me? Wah. Fatty Lai started crying again. I remember. As soon as Lin Yi heard the crying, he connected the dots. You are the crying fatty, right? Yes, it's me, Miracle Dr. Lin. You remember now. Fatty Lai was pleasantly surprised. I remember now. What's the matter? Lin Yi asked. It's like this. That pill of life extension and toxin cleansing is very effective. I'm here to pay for your medical fees. Should I transfer the money to you? Fatty Lai asked. Oh, that? No need. I told you it's for you, Lin Yi refused after hearing Fatty Lai's intentions. 100 million wasn't a small amount, and Lin Yi needed money, but that pill was covered in dog poop, and Kong Ming had thrown it away. Lin Yi couldn't just accept the money. How can I do that? You have to take the money, or my conscience will be hurt. Sob sob. Fatty Lai started crying again. Ha! Lin Yi was speechless. Isn't it good to save money for you? How about this? Miracle Dr. Lin, don't you want to open a medical company? How about I give you an office building? I'm building a new building, and I'm planning to move my company there, but I don't need a lot of space. A few floors are enough. I wanted to rent out the rest, but I'll give it to you. What do you think? Fatty Lai asked. If you really want to give it to me, then give it to me. Lin Yi didn't reject the offer. It saved him the trouble of looking for another place. Okay. Write your name on the deed. Fatty Lai was overjoyed that Lin Yi didn't reject him anymore. Write Grandpa Guan. Lin Yi wanted to say Guan Xuemin's name, but Xuemin probably wouldn't agree. Write it under Guan Xian's name. Okay, I'll remember it. Fatty Lai nodded quickly. Lin Yi and Guan Xian really had a close relationship. It seemed like his guess was right. Is there anything else? Lin Yi was in a hurry to call Tang Yun. He wasn't in the mood to waste time with Fatty Lai. Yes. That pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Can you sell me another one? Fatty Lai stated his intentions. Oh, your old man won't die for a while. Lin Yi said. When the medical company opens in a few days, I'll take some out for auction. You can buy it then. Okay. As long as it's for sale. Fatty Lai didn't lack money. He didn't care if it was an auction or not. Sob sob, I'm so happy. Lin Yi hung up and let out a sigh of relief. This guy was too much of a drag. He couldn't take it anymore. He shook his head and dialed Tang Yun's number. Hello. Lin Yi. What's up? Tang Yun had just returned home from the hospital when she received Lin Yi's call. We're planting trees at school tomorrow. Do you have a tree? Lin Yi asked. Yeah, do you want one? I have a lot in my yard. Tang Yun said. Just a couple of saplings will do. Ugh. Lin Yi slapped his forehead, remembering that Tang Yun lived in a house in the slums. There was a yard in front of their house, and there were a lot of wild saplings. No, I was thinking that if you don't have any, I can buy some for you, no need, haha. Tang Yun was very happy. Her heart was filled with sweetness at Lin Yi's concern. So, the feeling of being in love was a wonderful thing. She had always rejected it, but now that she really liked someone, she couldn't stop it. Alright, see you tomorrow. They chatted for a while until Mrs. Tang called Tang Yun for dinner. Lin Yi hung up. In the floating cloud bar, Jiang Wen's face was dark as he sat beside Sihua. Sihua bro, you have to help me this time. Send some strong people to teach that Lin Yi a lesson. Taizao and I are in big trouble this time. Sihua didn't say anything. Sihua bro, you know that the masters from the Fire Wolves were taken away by my big bro. The new masters aren't here yet. I wouldn't be asking you for this if it wasn't for that. Jiang Wen was panicking when Sihua didn't say anything. Master. What level of master? Sihua sighed, finally speaking. Chapter 433. Chapter 433, Jiang Wen's visit, little bodyguard. Sihua smiled coldly. Golden class early phase. Is that so strong? Golden class early phase isn't strong. Normal people like us can never reach that height in our lifetimes. Not to mention golden class early phase, even body refinement and chi refining late phase can't reach it. Jiang Wen evidently knew a lot about ancient martial arts, and knew that there were two ways to reach golden class, chi refining and body refinement. Haha, that's true, but Lin Yi isn't a normal person. Sihua said faintly. Why would I keep him around if he was? Now that he had established a working relationship with Jiang Wen, the two sides were having a good time working together, and Sihua had gotten a huge amount of money from it. He didn't think that selling human organs would be this profitable. No wonder Housen, who wasn't that famous before, had become a new noble house all of a sudden. Sihua didn't want to have anything to do with Jiang Wen right now, and so he told the truth about Lin Yi. Not a normal person. What do you mean? Jiang Wen paused. Isn't he Mingyao's bodyguard? Do you think anyone can be a bodyguard? Pingzhan wouldn't have hired him to be Mingyao's side if he wasn't capable at all. Sihua shook his head. Pingzhan is a person like that. Even the shareholders of his company have masters protecting them, and that Faubert beside him must be at least golden class. Why would he put a piece of trash beside his beloved daughter? Sihua's analysis might sound convincing, but he'd underestimated Lin Yi before this. Many people were like that, they wouldn't be able to see the reality in front of them if they didn't experience it themselves. Jiang Wen's face changed. Lin Yi is a golden class as well. I'm a golden class early phase and a golden class late phase, and he killed them. Sihua roared. Do I hate him? Do I want him to die? Of course I hate him, of course I do. But I have no choice, I don't have the strength to fight him. What? What did you say? Sihua bro, are you saying that an early phase and a late phase golden class were killed by Lin Yi? Jiang Wen's eyes went wide as he stared at Sihua in horror. He felt as if his scalp was about to explode, a chill running down his spine. I'm not sure if he killed her, but it looks like a car accident. Sihua sighed, calming himself down. But I don't believe that two golden class masters would die in a car accident. Plus, I sent that early phase golden class master to test Lin Yi, and he didn't get any advantage. Jiang Wen was completely dumbfounded. He thought that Lin Yi was just a small fry who knew some kung fu, but it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. Not only was Lin Yi powerful, but he was also extremely powerful. So, if he's not a threat to you, just let him go for now. It's good for both of us. Sihua smiled bitterly. I, Sihua bro, have dominated Songzhan for 5 years, and I can't do anything to a brat who just came here. Don't you think that's unfair? But I can tolerate this. Jiang Wen knew that Sihua wouldn't lie to him, and there was no reason for him to do so, especially since they were working together now. Sihua wouldn't want anything to happen to him and affect the cooperation. He's not a threat. Jiang Wen shook his head. He's just Mingyao's bodyguard, not her boyfriend. According to my investigation, he has a girlfriend called Tang Yun, one of the school beauties of Songshan's first school. She's as pretty as Mengyao, so there shouldn't be anything going on between them. It's just that I can't tolerate this. So what if you can't tolerate it? Humans need to tolerate it, and you'll get used to it. Sihua said with a wave of his hand. I wanted to do it with Tang Yun, but it seems like that's not a good idea anymore. Jiang Wen said. Don't, please don't. If you touch his woman, he'll never forgive you. Even if he's a late-phase golden class, you won't be able to rest for the rest of your life. Sihua said quickly. Unless you have a master of a higher level by your side to protect you. Yes. You're right, I should change the way I treat Lin Yi. Since we can't be enemies, we should be friends. With him by Mingyao's side, he'll be like a spy, and I'll be able to keep track of Mingyao's movements. Jiang Wen thought it through quickly. That's the right way to think. Sihua raised his glass. Come, let's toast to our cooperation. Cheers. Jiang Wen was no longer depressed now that he'd found a temporary solution. Sihua bro, the number of people you've been capturing has clearly decreased a lot, not as much as the first 2 days. The firewolves aren't able to keep up with the demand. Masterin, you know that there's only so many beggars and vagrants in Songshan. We've caught most of them already, and the ones who got the news have run away. It's not easy for us to catch them. Sihua said. What about the disabled? There should be a lot of them, right? They're a weak group, and no one would care even if we captured them, right? Jiang Wen had never seen so much money before. The amount of money in his bank account skyrocketed, driving him crazy. It's not that easy to capture the disabled. Some of them are very rich, and they have powerful relatives at home. We can't just touch them like that, and we can only wait in the slums and the suburbs, capturing them the moment we see them. Sihua said. Don't worry, I know some underground bosses in other cities in the province. We can work with them. Alright, I'll leave this to you, Sihua bro. Jiang Wen nodded. He knew that he'd be able to make more money if he went to the other cities to work with the underground bosses, but Jiang Wen wasn't familiar with the place and the people. House N's roots were in Songshan, and he'd be in trouble if he were to cross the border. Might as well let Sihua handle this. Yeah, don't worry, it's not a problem. Sihua said with a wave of his hand. What surprised Lin Yi was the fact that Jiang Wen still had the face to come visit him again. Lin Yi thought that he'd heard wrong when Yushu called out to him from the door. Shield bro, Jiang Wen's here again. He's here to ask you out for dinner. Yushu called out from Lin Yi's room. Chapter 434. Chapter 434, Tu Little Mingyao, on the other hand, sat on the side, her face cold as she chatted with Jiang Wen. Lin Yi, he's here for you. Come talk to him. Mingyao breathed out in relief when she saw Lin Yi. She got up and walked upstairs. Jiang Wen smiled bitterly. He was here for Lin Yi, but he also wanted to get closer to Mingyao. It was like he was here for Lin Yi, and Mingyao wasn't welcoming him at all. Jiang Wen didn't know what he'd done wrong. His relationship with Mingyao was getting worse and worse. Bro Lin, come sit. Jiang Wen greeted Lin Yi warmly. It's been a few days, I've really missed you. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Jiang Wen's sexual orientation changed because of the medicine? He walked over and sat on the sofa 1 meter away from Jiang Wen. Masterin, what's up? Did that doll feel good? Jiang Wen's face changed. He didn't think that Lin Yi was ready to go all out with him today. But Jiang Wen wasn't planning on going all out with Lin Yi today. He was here to show his friendliness to Lin Yi. And so, Jiang Wen suppressed his anger. Lil bro Lin Yi, you're joking. I was just joking last time. That blow-up doll wasn't too bad, no different from a real person. Bro Lin, do you want to try? I'll pass. You play with it yourself. Lin Yi shook his head, wondering what kind of tricks the kid was up to this time. Lin Yi didn't believe that Jiang Wen didn't care about what happened before at all. There was no way he'd be that magnanimous. There had to be something going on. The kid had to have something up his sleeves. Lin Yi raised his guard. Haha, that's fine. Bro Lin has a pretty girlfriend. You don't need these things, haha. I heard she's the school beauty. As famous as Yao Yao sis. Jiang Wen smiled. What do you want to do? Lin Yi's face darkened and his attitude became cold. This guy wanted to make a move on Tang Yun. Lin Yi wouldn't let him off so easily if he wanted to do anything to Tang Yun. I'm a poor person. Although I don't like to give things to others, I don't mind giving you a coffin. Jiang Wen was a little pissed off at Lin Yi's threat, but when he thought about the 2 golden class masters that had died under Zihua's hands, he calmed down. Compared to those 2 golden class masters, he was nothing. Threatening Lin Yi like that was asking for death. Brother Lin, you've misunderstood. I'm just congratulating Brother Lin for bringing home the beauty. I don't mean anything else. Jiang Wen quickly explained, feeling lucky that he went to Zihua first and didn't do anything to Tang Yun. Otherwise, he'd be dead by now. Oh. Lin Yi nodded faintly and waited for Jiang Wen to continue. He didn't know what he meant. It's like this. You've brought home the beauty, but I'm still alone. Jiang Wen said. You're always by Yao Yao sis's side. You can always get news about her, right? And? Lin Yi asked. I feel that Yao Yao sis is a lot colder to me. Does she have a boyfriend or someone she likes? Do you know? Jiang Wen asked. How would I know? Lin Yi shook his head. Why would I research that stuff? That's true. Lin Yi bro, you have a girlfriend. You don't have to worry about that anymore. But I don't. I've been chasing after Meng Yao for so many years. You don't know how a hungry man feels. Jiang Wen's voice was very serious. I've wronged you before because I thought you were Meng Yao's boyfriend, but now that I've done my research, we don't have anything against each other at all. We can totally be friends. Oh, I would have been in trouble if I hadn't been alert. Lin Yi didn't pity him at all. What did it have to do with him whether Jiang Wen got Meng Yao or not? Lin Yi couldn't let someone as dangerous as Jiang Wen get close to Meng Yao. Ha! Jiang Wen was a little embarrassed. We got to know each other after a fight. Plus, you didn't lose anything, Brother Lin. Oh, then what do you want me to do? Lin Yi wasn't in the mood to argue with him. He wanted to know what Jiang Wen's real intentions were. Lil bro Lin, you see Meng Yao all the time, both at school and at home. Can you help me keep an eye out for guys who get really close to her, or if there's any news? Can you let me know right away? Jiang Wen said. You want me to be a spy? Lin Yi understood what Jiang Wen was getting at. Yeah, that's about it. Jiang Wen nodded. That's not an easy job. You know that I'm employed by Mr. Pingzhan. How can I be a spy for someone else? Lin Yi looked at Jiang Wen. Of course, I won't let you do it for free. There'll be benefits. Jiang Wen saw that Lin Yi wasn't giving him a definite answer. There should be some room for negotiation. I'll pay you. Oh, that's fine. 500,000 a month. That'll be enough to help you. Lin Yi said directly. 500,000. Jiang Wen paused. He was thinking of giving Lin Yi 100,000 at most. He didn't expect Lin Yi to ask for 500,000 a month. Forget it if you think it's too much. I don't really want to do it. It's very dangerous. It's not worth it to lose my job for such a small amount of money. Lin Yi said faintly. 500,000 was a small amount. Jiang Wen felt a little dizzy. But when he thought about how Lin Yi might be a late-phase golden class, he didn't think it was strange anymore. Hiring a late-phase golden class as a bodyguard wouldn't be cheap. The early-phase golden class with his brother cost 5 million a year, not to mention that Lin Yi was a late phase golden class. Thinking about it that way, Jiang Wen felt a lot better. 500,000 was only the price of selling a kidney. It wasn't a lot anymore. Alright, 500,000. I'll leave everything to you, Brother Lin. Jiang Wen said. Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer it to you directly. Lin Yi told Jiang Wen his bank account number and sent him away. Yushu popped her head out of the washroom. Shield bro, why did you only ask for 500,000? It's too little. Chapter 435. Chapter 435, Meticulous Thoughts. You're right, you have to treat us then, or I'll tell Yao Yao about this. Yushu said as she rolled her eyes. I can treat you, but what do you want me to treat you? Lin Yi asked. I want to eat shark meat. When are you going to take me to catch sharks again? Yushu couldn't forget about shark meat. Maybe when the time comes. Lin Yi sweated. Shark meat wasn't tasty at all. Why was Chen Yi so addicted to it? The next day, the entire graduating class was suspended for a day, and the tree planting activity began. This was a group activity second only to the spring outing and art festival. After entering the 12th grade, the extracurricular activities had decreased a lot, so most students were looking forward to this activity. Lin Yi, naturally, couldn't be too close to Meng Yao and Yushu in school. Lin Yi gave them the willow seedlings and told them a few things to pay attention to before going to find Tang Yun. Tang Yun brought an elm seedling, which was one of the easiest to grow, similar to Lin Yi's willow. Tang Yun was very happy to see Lin Yi walking over, but hesitated. She had accepted Lin Yi from the bottom of her heart, but walking with Lin Yi in front of so many students was still a little embarrassing. Let's go there, there's less people there. Tang Yun pointed at an empty space not far away. Okay. Lin Yi nodded and went to hold Tang Yun's hand. Tang Yun jumped in fright and tried to run away like a rabbit. She dodged to the side, but she was afraid that Lin Yi wouldn't be happy, so she dodged back and looked around. Only after making sure that no one was looking did she give her hand to Lin Yi. Ha! Lin Yi couldn't help but find it funny looking at Tang Yun's timid face, but he had the urge to protect her even more. She was a cute girl. I'll carry it for you. Lin Yi saw the shovel and seedlings in Tang Yun's hands and grabbed them. It wasn't much for him, but it was a bit heavy for Tang Yun. They found a place with fewer people and Lin Yi placed the seedlings on the ground, preparing to dig a hole. This seems to be Zhou Ruoming's turf. He used to plant trees around here and wouldn't let anyone plant here. Tang Yun looked around and said to Lin Yi. I was wondering why there were so few people here. Let's do it here then. Lin Yi heard that it was Zhou Ruoming's turf. Tang Yun heard Lin Yi's words and couldn't help but laugh. She covered her mouth and laughed. She couldn't hide from Zhou Ruoming before. She didn't dare get close to him. But now, he was planting trees in his turf. Ming bro, isn't that your turf? Why did someone take it over? Yun Lingxi carried the seedlings and looked up to see that their turf had been taken over. How dare someone plant trees in my turf? I'll dig up their trees and throw them away. Ruoming was infuriated by Yun Lingxi's words as well. He was about to run over when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wah! It's Lin Yi. Ugh! Are we still going to chase them away? Yun Lingxi asked carefully. Chase my ass, let's go help them. Zhou Ruoming didn't dare to provoke Lin Yi. He quickly put on a smile and walked over. Boss Lin Yi, are you planting trees with sis-in-law? I heard that they took over your turf. Do you want me to change it? Lin Yi looked at Zhou Ruoming and asked faintly. Boss Lin Yi, look at what you're saying. This is the school's land, how can it be mine? I planted a few trees nearby, but they're not mine. Besides, I'll continue planting trees next year and the year after that to protect Boss Lin Yi and sis-in-law's trees in the middle. I'll be the guardian of the trees. Zhou Ruoming said flatteringly. Oh, you've planted quite a lot of trees. It looks like you've been studying for years. Lin Yi said sarcastically. Ha, yeah, look at the trees all over the place. I've planted quite a few of them. Zhou Ruoming said proudly, I'm planning to plant fruit trees this year and will be able to eat them next year. Boss Lin Yi will bring sis-in-law back to eat too, right? Let's talk about it when we're free. Lin Yi was speechless. This Zhou Ruoming wanted to continue studying in high school and never graduate. Tang Yun's body was shaking from laughter. With her bright and beautiful face, she looked like a flower. Zhou Ruoming was also stunned, but he didn't dare to stare too much. He knew that Tang Yun was no longer the Tang Yun of the past. If he still had any improper thoughts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lingxi, come, let's help Boss Lin Yi dig a hole. Zhou Ruoming stretched his arms and got ready to work. In the past, he would find a laborer to do this, but today, he had to do it himself. He wanted to calm Lin Yi's anger as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Lin Yi came looking for them, their family would be finished. Even Uncle Yen wasn't Lin Yi's opponent. What was he? Alright, you don't have to do it. Go away. Lin Yi looked at Zhou Ruoming's clumsy look and frowned. You just need to stay away from me and Tang Yun from now on. Don't worry, I don't care about small fries. Yes, then I'll go. Zhou Ruoming heard Lin Yi's words and was overjoyed. His personal safety was guaranteed. Although he was seen as a small fry by Lin Yi, even if he was seen as an ant, as long as Lin Yi didn't come looking for trouble, he would accept it. After Zhou Ruoming left, Lin Yi quickly dug 2 holes. This kind of thing couldn't be easier for Lin Yi. It was much easier than Zhou Ruoming. Shock flashed through Tang Yun's eyes. Only now did Tang Yun understand that Lin Yi wasn't some young master at all. He was the same as her, he had suffered a lot, but today's achievement was the result of his own hard work. But the more it was like this, the more Tang Yun felt uneasy. Lin Yi was too outstanding. It made Tang Yun feel insecure. She was afraid that one day, Lin Yi wouldn't want her and fall in love with someone else. The only thing Tang Yun was confident about was her beautiful appearance. But what was the use of that? Wasn't Guan Exane pretty? Her grandfather was Miracle Dr. Guan. He helped Lin Yi's career a lot. Lin Yi and Guan Exane were a good match. Tang Yun sighed and shook her head. She forced herself not to think about it. Lin Yi wouldn't leave her, would he? Chapter 436. The lonely Xiao was watching Lin Yi and Tang Yun coldly from afar, her face cold. Who knew what she was thinking? Lil sis Xiao, when are you going to blow up Lin Yi? Pinliang asked, rubbing his palms together. Your fireworks aren't even ready yet, how am I supposed to blow him up? Xiao glared at him. Is your plan going to work or not? Don't let Lin Yi find out. He probably won't. Plus, we'll light up the firecrackers after we're sure it's on him and blow his ass up. We'll embarrass him to death. Pinliang imagined Lin Yi's ass turning red from the explosion, making a fool of himself in front of the whole school. This was his dream. Alright, but when will your firestones arrive? Xiao asked, looking at the dumbfounded Pinliang. Soon, I've called a couple of times already. Pinliang said. They're flying it over right now, it's called the Eskimo tree. Xiao looked at Pinliang oddly. Only a crazy person like him would fly a tree over. You play then, I'll be going back. Xiao turned and walked back to the school building. One had to admit, Xiao was the weakest of the big four, and yet she could order the second and third of the big four around. How cool was that? Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was lonely. She didn't have a single true friend. She looked at the stupid Yushu next to Meng Yao, and the Kong Xiaobo next to Lin Yi. Xiao Xiao was a little envious. They all had friends, but she didn't. Friends. I don't need them. Xiao Xiao said in her heart. I don't need friends, and I don't need friendship. I'll just be happy by myself, and I don't need to be separated by death. Liang bro, why do I feel like Xiao Xiao's in a bad mood? Xiao Fu asked curiously as he looked at Xiao Xiao's lonely figure. She was peed all over by Lin Yi. If it were you, would you be in a good mood? Pin Liang curled his lips disapprovingly. Let's focus on the Firestone plan. Do you really think Ming Yao's going to like it? I think so. Xiao Fu thought about it. Liang bro, why don't you write some love notes for Meng Yao, fold them into the shape of a heart and put them on the tree? I'm sure Meng Yao will be very happy when she sees it. That makes sense. Then find some paper and help me write. Pin Liang thought it was a good idea and nodded. He didn't have anything to do anyway, so he might as well write some notes. I'm afraid the two of us won't be enough. We need to find some help. Gao Xiaofu said, but as long as we give them some money, there should be a lot of people who will help. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Pin Liang took out 1,000 kuai and gave it to Xiaofu. You take care of this first, I'll go build some momentum. With that, Pin Liang went to find Meng Yao. He needed to tell her about the news beforehand, so she could come out to see him confess his love. Shu, why aren't you digging anymore? Meng Yao asked curiously as she looked at Yushu, who was rubbing her hands on the ground. Oh, I'm tired. Yushu had tossed the shovel to the side. She thought that planting trees was new and interesting, but after digging for a while, she felt tired and decided to give up. She'd wait for Meng Yao to finish digging and plant the 2 trees in the same hole. Yao Yao, let's plant the 2 trees together later, what do you think? It's not much, but you sure know how to slack off. Stand up and dig with me. Meng Yao rolled her eyes angrily. Yushu was treating her like a coolie. But Yao Yao, I'm tired. You're the big sister, you're older than me, you have to let me. Yushu didn't want to get up. This Lin Yi, he's not helping, he only knows how to hit on girls. Meng Yao couldn't do anything to Yushu, so all she could do was grit her teeth and dig with the shovel. She was sweating profusely as she cursed Lin Yi. This bastard, I'm going to cut his salary. Doesn't he have the awareness of a follower? Doesn't he know that this is the time to help? Should I get Shield Bro to help? Yushu felt that it wasn't appropriate to let Meng Yao work alone. Get him. Forget it. He's hitting on girls, why would he care about us? Meng Yao humphed. I don't know what's so good about Tang Yun, our Shu is so much prettier than her, and cute too. Oh, Yao Yao isn't bad either, why don't you go seduce Shield Bro and give him a taste of sweetness? He'll come and work for you, right? Yushu suggested. Why don't you go with such a stupid suggestion? You have big boobs, you're perfect for seducing him. Meng Yao glared at Yushu. Okay, I'll try it next time. Yushu nodded in agreement. Meng Yao was about to continue lecturing Yushu when she heard Yushu call out happily. Yao Yao, we have a helper, the coolie is here. HM. Meng Yao paused and raised her head to see Pin Liang walking over quickly. She asked in a low voice, You're not talking about Pin Liang, are you? Hee, yeah, free coolie like him, it'd be a waste not to use him. Yushu waved at Pin Liang. Liang, Yao Yao is calling you. Pin Liang was overjoyed when Yushu called him pretty. Pin Liang wore a casual suit to match the fireworks tonight, and he thought that Meng Yao thought he looked more handsome because of the suit. He ran over happily. Yao Yao, Shu, what can I do for you? Yao Yao, aren't you tired? You go rest on the bench over there, I'll dig. Yushu said as she grabbed the shovel from Mingyao's hands and gave her a look. Mingyao found it funny, but she couldn't do anything about it. Yushu was more brainless than anyone else when she was with her, but she was so smart in front of others. She didn't know if it was an act or something. Yushu was most likely trying to send her away so that Pinliang could dig a hole for her. She knew that she wouldn't be able to help Pinliang dig a hole if she was there, but now that she was gone, Yushu could use her name to get Pinliang to do it. I'll go rest then. Mingyao didn't want Pinliang's help, but digging a hole was really tiring. She really wanted to rest. Chapter 437. Hiring coolies. Pinliang wanted to talk to Yushu about the fireworks tonight without Mengyao, but it wasn't a good idea to do it in front of Mengyao. If Mengyao didn't give him face and rejected him outright, Pinliang would be in a very bad spot. He wouldn't even have a chance to turn things around then. As a result, Pinliang planned to talk to Yushu first. As long as Yushu was willing to help, he'd be able to trick Mengyao into coming out. He was sure that Mengyao would definitely come out to see his fireworks show, and maybe she'd even fall in love with him. Yao Yao, go get some rest. Shu's right, you need some rest. Pinliang said, following Yushu's lead. Mengyao was more than happy that Pinliang wouldn't bother her anymore. Since he'd asked her to leave, Mengyao naturally wouldn't reject him. Yushu blinked at Pinliang after Mengyao left. Liangyi, what do you need from me? Just say it. Ugh. How did you know? Pinliang blinked. This Yushu really knew how to predict things. When have you ever come to me without asking for my help? Yushu grinned as she handed the shovel to Pinliang. Dig a hole for me first, then tell me what's going on. Okay. Pinliang quickly took the shovel and started digging, looking at Yushu gratefully. She'd always been a troublemaker when he asked for her help before, but she was being nice today. Mengyao would have fainted if she'd known about this. Yushu hadn't even promised Pinliang anything yet, and all she did was treat him nicely. Pinliang was probably the only idiot in this world who'd fall for something like that. I'm thirsty. Get your lackey to get me some cold drinks. Yushu said as she sat down on a pile of dirt, hugging her legs. Okay. Pinliang called out to Xiaofu, who wasn't far away. Xiaofu, go get some drinks, make it cold. Come back quick. Xiaofu left to get the drinks, and Pinliang finally spoke up. Shu, I really do have something I need to get rid of you for. Oh, say it. What's the matter? I'll see if it's okay. Yushu nodded carelessly, a little unhappy that Pinliang had stopped digging. I'll do it myself if you don't want to. You don't need to say anything, let me finish first. I'll dig, how can I let you dig? Pinliang jumped and started digging again. I'll tell you as I dig. Here's the thing, there's a tree called the Eskimo tree, and it's said to be a symbol of love. Legend has it that if you confess your love to a girl under this tree, she'll fall in love. You're not going to tell me that you brought an Eskimo tree here, are you? Chen Yushu asked. How could there be such an idiot in this world? How could he believe such an unreliable legend? Yeah, I sent one over by air. I've already asked Xiaofu to write some confession notes and hang them on the tree, Pinliang said. Is that so? Yushu replied indifferently as she played with her phone. Of course, that's not the main show. I've prepared a show called Fireworks That Never Sleeps. I'm going to release fireworks on the tree and turn them into Yao Yao's name in the sky to confess my love to her. Pinliang didn't know if Yushu was listening to him. He gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't dare get angry. Oh, there's fireworks. That's fun, I'll definitely go see it. Don't worry, I'll bring Yao Yao with me. Yushu, naturally, wanted to see the magical fireworks. That's great. Pinliang was overjoyed, and his digging speed increased. It wasn't long before he had a big hole. Shoo, do you think this hole will work? Sure, you can dig another one next to it. Yushu nodded, satisfied. Again. Pinliang's face turned bitter. One was already tiring enough, and he still had to dig another one. This one's mine. You can dig another one for Yao Yao, but it's fine if you don't want to. I'll call Yao Yao over and tell her that you don't want to help her. Yushu stood up and went to call Meng Yao. Don't. Pinliang almost cried. He had worked so hard for so long just to dig for Meng Yao. If Yushu yelled at him like that, all his effort would go to waste. Who knew, Yushu might do something bad to him and ruin the night. With that thought, Pinliang gritted his teeth. I'll keep digging. How can I let you and Yao Yao do it? Leave these things to us men. Then you can continue. Yao Yao said that she likes stronger guys, Yushu said as she sat down. I'm strong. Look at me, I'm not tired at all. I'm only using 30% of my strength. I can still speed up. Pinliang said quickly. It wasn't long before Xiaofu came running over with a few bottles of drinks. Liang bro, I bought them. Is this enough? It's enough. Pinliang waved his hand, signaling Xiaofu to leave. He handed 2 bottles to Yushu. Give one to Yao Yao as well. Yeah, I'll go then. Take your time, call me when you're done. Yushu said as she took the drinks and ran over to Meng Yao. Pinliang was sweating profusely as he dug with the shovel. He was trying to show off how strong he was. He was tired, but he was gritting his teeth with a smile on his face. Yao Yao, here's a bottle. Yushu handed one to Meng Yao. I'm not drinking. You drink it yourself. Meng Yao shook her head. She was usually careful not to leave any openings for Pinliang, especially when it came to things like this. Then I'll drink it myself. Yushu didn't care, she was already used to blackmailing Pinliang. You tricked him into digging. Meng Yao frowned as she watched Pinliang work hard. No, I just said that Yao Yao likes strong guys, and he wanted to show off. Yushu said with a smile. Since when do I like strong guys? Meng Yao blinked. She didn't expect Yushu to come up with an excuse like this to trick Pinliang. Isn't Shield Bro very strong? You don't like him? Yushu asked. Chapter 438. And 4 drip Pinliang was drenched in sweat after digging 2 holes, but he could almost see Meng Yao looking at him with a face full of admiration. Liang bro, you really are my Prince Charming. Pinliang wiped the sweat off his forehead, feeling energized from head to toe. He wasn't tired anymore. He was daydreaming when Yushu walked over with a grin on her face. Liang, Yao Yao's asking if you're tired. I'm not tired, it's only been a while. I'm not tired at all. It wouldn't be a problem for me to dig 8 to 10 of these holes in one go. Pinliang said. Oh, that's great. Yao Yao said that she likes strong and helpful guys the most, so go help others dig their holes. Yushu said. Ah. Pinliang almost fell headfirst into the hole at Yushu's words. He still had to help others dig. But he'd already said what he'd said, wouldn't he be slapping his own face if he went back on his words now? Pinliang had no choice but to nod dejectedly. I'll go help others, hee, we finally got rid of that idiot. Yao Yao, you can come over now, let's start planting trees. Yushu waved at Meng Yao. Shoo, I really wonder why you're so dumb sometimes, but so smart at other times. Tell me, are you faking it? Meng Yao was quite speechless at her best friend. Oh, no, I'm a kid when I'm with Yao Yao. Yushu pulled on Meng Yao's arm. I'm not dumb, alright, you're not dumb. I believe you. Meng Yao shook her head, deciding not to dwell on the problem. She picked up the sapling and started planting it. After a while, Meng Yao and Yushu finished planting the saplings and were about to head back to the classroom to rest when a couple of workers came running over with a strangely shaped sapling in their hands. Pin Liang was at the front, directing them. Pin Liang was so tired that his limbs were numb, but he had to act like he was fine in front of Meng Yao. "Be careful, guys, this is an imported sapling, don't damage it." He waved his arms and legs around. "Be careful, this is an imported sapling, don't break it. Yao Yao, look, someone's really doing that stupid thing you said." Yushu pointed at Pin Liang's Eskimo tree excitedly. "Look, that tree's getting in 4 drip too." Meng Yao was speechless. Was Pin Liang really that dumb? He'd gotten a tree within 4 drip. The tree would probably die if he didn't do that. "Let's go back to class, don't worry about him." "Alright." Yushu wanted to watch the show a little longer, but Pin Liang still needed some time to prepare that firecracker silver flower. It wouldn't be too late to come out and watch when he was done. But Meng Yao and Yushu were just about to leave when Pin Liang couldn't take it anymore, falling headfirst onto the ground. He really couldn't take it anymore. His legs were weak from all the digging, and he hadn't eaten anything since it was almost noon. His stomach was rumbling with hunger, and there was no way he'd be able to take it anymore. "Yao Yao, Pin Liang seems to have fainted," Yushu said, wanting to watch the show. "Who cares, someone will take care of it." Meng Yao didn't want to care about Pin Liang's life. "Just one look, I'll come back right away, alright." Yushu wasn't the type to pass up a show like this. "Alright, I'll take a look from afar." Meng Yao nodded, having no other choice. Yushu, on the other hand, quickly ran over. Xiaofu was frantically trying to help Pin Liang up. Liang bro, what's wrong?" "I'll take a look." Yushu ran over to Pin Liang. Xiaofu didn't know if he should let Yushu take a look or not, but if even Pin Liang didn't dare offend Yushu, how could he? He made space for her to come over. "Oh, I know, he must be too weak. Just give him some nutrient fluid and he'll be fine." Yushu's eyes darted around as she pulled out the needle from the Eskimo tree beside Pin Liang and stuck it into Pin Liang's butt. The eyes of the bystanders wide, the nutrient fluid for plants could be used on a person. Xiaofu's face changed, almost having a heart attack. Pin Liang wouldn't die, would he? Ouch! Pin Liang was woken up by the pain. How thick was the needle for the tree? Wouldn't it hurt like hell if it stuck him in the butt? "Look, you're awake, aren't you?" Yushu said proudly. "I'm a miracle doctor." The bystanders almost fainted at Yushu's words. "You call yourself a miracle doctor?" "But..." Pin Liang did wake up. Yushu, of course, wasn't an idiot. She wouldn't murder someone in front of so many bystanders. There was a lot of meat on his butt, and it wouldn't hurt much. "Alright, you don't need to thank me. I'm leaving." With that, Yushu turned and ran away, but when Pin Liang turned his head to look at the huge needle sticking out of his butt, he fainted again from the shock. "What do we do?" He fainted again. "Should we pull the needle out and stick it in again?" Xiaofu said, troubled as he looked at the unconscious Pin Liang. "Shu, how can you just do that? What if you kill him?" Meng Yao said, shocked by Yushu's actions. "Hee, I won't, I picked the fleshy parts to stick it in," Yushu said. Meng Yao didn't know what to say. Wasn't her best friend a little too cruel? Xiaolong called a couple of pet shops, but none of them had purebred German shepherds. There were purebred German shepherds, but Xiaolong compared them with dog poop. There was still quite a difference. So Xiaolong decided to get a purebred German shepherd. He asked around and found out that purebred German shepherds needed to be ordered, but the order period wasn't clear yet. It was a more expensive breed, and the pet shop would usually contact the supplier after there was a buyer. Xiaolong was in a rush, and naturally, he couldn't wait for them to order. He could only use his connections to find out if there were any German shepherds in Donghai, and he really did find out. The owner of a big hotel in Donghai had a German Shepherd, and coincidentally, he was a friend of Xiaolong's grandpa. He even went to Xiaolong's birthday celebration. Chapter 439. Chapter 439. Testing. This was a serious matter that concerned the future of House Kong, and so Dr. Kong took it very seriously. He called the owner of the hotel after talking to Xiaolong. He seemed to remember the owner bringing a dog with him on the day of the birthday banquet, but he didn't pay much attention to the dog at the time. He didn't know if it was a German Shepherd or not. Mr. Zhang. I'm Kong Lai Kai. Dr. Kong had a good relationship with the owner of the hotel. Other than the big houses, all the other businessmen had a good relationship with House Kong. After all, House Kong was one of the most successful businessmen among them. They weren't as successful as the big houses, but they were much stronger than them. Hello, Dr. Kong. What can I do for you? The owner of the hotel asked curiously. Why would Dr. Kong call him personally? Even if they had contact, it would be through the eldest son of Dr. Kong, Kong Guifeng. It's like this. I heard that you have a German Shepherd? Dr. Kong asked. Oh. I do have one. Mr. Zhang paused. He didn't know why Dr. Kong would suddenly bring this up. My wife doesn't have much to do at home, and she likes dogs. I think we brought that shepherd to your birthday banquet. Mr. Zhang, my grandson Xiaolong likes German Shepherds. We've been to many pet shops, but we couldn't find one. I wouldn't be asking for it otherwise. Dr. Kong hesitated. Asking for a dog from Mr. Zhang might raise suspicions, but the situation was urgent. He didn't have time to think about it. Besides, even if Mr. Zhang suspected something, he wouldn't think that he was after dog poop. Oh. So Dr. Kang's grandson likes German Shepherds? That's it. I'll get someone to send it to you later. Mr. Zhang paused. He didn't think that Dr. Kong would call to ask for a dog. What kind of big deal was this? With the Kong family's current power and financial resources, what dog couldn't they buy? Mr. Zhang didn't think much about the fact that Mr. Kong was calling him to ask for the dog, so he agreed without much thought. Miracle Dr. Kong, this dog of mine is a little special. My wife has been spoiling it since it was young, and it often steals food from our house, pees and defecates everywhere. If you hadn't mentioned this, I would have sold it or given it to someone else. But since I'm giving it to you, I have to tell you this first, I can't lie to you. Dr. Kong thought to himself, isn't it good to poop? He was afraid that it wouldn't poop, so he said, this is just a small problem. It's not a big deal. Thank you so much for helping me, Director Zhang. When the time comes, I'll definitely get Xiaolong to come and thank you personally. It's no big deal. Since Dr. Kong says there's no problem, I'll get someone to send the German Shepherd to you later. Mr. Zhang said. Mr. Zhang was one of the people who fawned over the Kangs, so it didn't take long for the German Shepherd to be delivered to the Kang's mansion. After Xiaolong got the German Shepherd, he fed it a huge meal of dog food and finally received a warm puddle of dog poop. It's the same. Exactly the same. After our lab analysis, we found that the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing's composition is exactly the same as this dog's poop. Our previous analysis was correct. The pill of life extension and toxin cleansing's composition is the German Shepherd's poop. Xiaolong excitedly took the analysis report and returned to the villa to report the good news to Dr. Kong. It's really the same. Dr. Kong couldn't hold back his excitement as well. He slammed his palm on the coffee table in front of him, almost knocking over the tea on it. One could imagine how excited he was right now. It's really the same. We've got the composition of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Xiaolong said. Next, we can start the clinical trial. Good. Good. There's hope for House Kong. Dr. Kong threw his head back in laughter. Xiaolong, you and Xiaoming are working hard this time. While you're buying purebred German Shepherds in bulk, get someone to try this dog poop and see if it's effective. Grandpa, this. I don't recommend getting outsiders to test it. Xiaolong shook his head. Our research on the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing is still in a secretive stage, and we shouldn't let outsiders know about this. Even if we don't tell them it's dog poop, they'll probably be able to guess it, so we suggest that it's better for our own family to test it. You're right, go get your dad, your second uncle, and Xiaoming over. We'll discuss this together. Dr. Kong stood up and closed the curtains. Xiaolong was right, this was the family's top priority, and they couldn't let outsiders get involved. If the recipe were to be leaked, the losses wouldn't be small. In Dr. Kang's study, Kong Guifeng, Kong Cuepu, Kong Xiaolong, and Kong Mingming sat on the sofa. Dr. Kong, on the other hand, was sitting on his chair with his eyes closed, deep in thought. No one dared to disturb him, and they all sat on the side carefully, waiting for Dr. Kong to speak. After a while, Dr. Kong opened his eyes. This dog poop has been classified as House Kang's #1 secret. Only the few of us know about it. Don't tell anyone else, including your current and future wives. Understood. Kong Guifeng knew the importance of this. Once the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing was successfully developed, House Kong would be in a completely different position. As a result, this recipe couldn't be leaked. Cuepu and Xiaolong nodded as well, even Kong Mingming understood the importance of this. He quickly promised, Grandpa, don't worry, we won't tell anyone. All right. Next up, we'll be researching the clinical trial. Xiaoming had enough trouble with it before, so this time, he won't be participating. Dr. Kong said. This time, Guifeng, Cuepu, Xiaolong, and I will be the ones to test it. Grandpa, I'm fine. Kong Mingming had been full of energy ever since he'd taken half of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Naturally, he wanted to participate as well. Since you've requested it, then let's participate as well. Dog poop doesn't go bad even if it doesn't taste good. Dr. Kong nodded, not insisting. I'll take the remaining half of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. You guys split the dog poop. Miracle Dr. Kong said as he pointed at the 2 boxes on the coffee table. Dr. Kong wasn't an idiot, although it looked like the dog poop was the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, he couldn't guarantee that it was the case. As a result, he decided to take the remaining half of the pill. Kong Mingming actually wanted to take the other half of the pill, but seeing that his grandpa had taken the initiative, he didn't want to argue. He could only nod in agreement. Chapter 440. Chapter 440, Xiao Xiao's weird behavior. The students returned to their classrooms after planting the trees. They didn't need much supervision from the teachers, after all. If they wanted to learn, they'd learn, and if they didn't, like Zhou Ruoming, there was no point in forcing them. Meng Yao and Yushu went back to the classroom and looked at their MP4 for a while before taking out their revision materials. The bridge of college entrance exams wouldn't get wider just because they were pretty, and the two didn't want to rely on their families. They wanted to get good grades on their own. Tang Yun and Lin Yi finished planting the tree, and Tang Yun went back to her classroom to study. She'd been busy with her father's surgery and her relationship with Lin Yi recently, so she didn't put much effort into her studies. If she didn't work hard, her grades would drop. As much as Tang Yun wanted to spend more time with Lin Yi, what if she couldn't get into college? After lunch, Tang Yun and Lin Yi went to the food street behind the school to see Mrs. Tang before going back to their respective classrooms. Xiao Xiao sat in her seat, eating her lunch. She was alone, and there was no one around. Lin Yi walked over, and Xiao Xiao only raised her head to look at him before going back to eating. This restaurant's lunch isn't clean. I ate it before, and there was a fly in it. Lin Yi said with a smile as he looked at the logo on Xiao Xiao's lunch. Pfft. Xiao Xiao spat out the rib she'd just put in her mouth before glaring at Lin Yi. Did you do that on purpose? Ha, I was just reminding you. Lin Yi shrugged. Sitting at the same table with Xiao Xiao made Lin Yi feel uneasy. He had to think of a way to get rid of her. Xiao Xiao looked at Lin Yi hatefully. Fine, you asked for it. She thought that blowing up his butt was a bit too much, but since you're so evil, she'd make sure to make a fool out of you tonight. Humph. Pinliang sent a text to Xiao Xiao, informing her that he could move on to the next step of his plan when it was time for the night self-study session. Xiao Xiao wasn't worried that Lin Yi wouldn't come out to watch the show. Since Yushu and Meng Yao were going out, there was no way that Lin Yi, a bodyguard and follower, wouldn't stay out. As expected, Yushu received Pinliang's message as well. Yao Yao, let's go get some fresh air. It's so boring in the classroom. Now. Meng Yao frowned. She just started on a set of math simulations, and Yushu was already leaving before she could even finish the first question. Yeah, I heard someone was setting off fireworks in the field. Let's go check it out. Yushu said. Fireworks? It can't be that Zhong Pingliang guy, right? Meng Yao wasn't stupid. She guessed what was going on immediately. Heh, yeah, Yao Yao, are you coming? Yushu didn't hide the fact that Meng Yao had guessed it. No. Meng Yao shook her head. I can't go myself if you don't want to, can I? It's already dark outside, and it's scary. What if I get scared? Yushu said as she grabbed Meng Yao, wanting to drag her out by force. You can get scared. Meng Yao didn't believe it. You killed all the ghosts in the theme park. But Yushu insisted, and Meng Yao had no choice but to stand up and go with her. Pinliang's going to set off fireworks to confess to Meng Yao, aren't you going to go check it out? Xiao Xiao explained, seeing that Lin Yi wasn't planning on getting up. Fireworks. Lin Yi thought that the two girls were going to the washroom, so he didn't pay much attention. But now that Xiao Xiao said this, he really had to go check it out. As for Xiao Xiao knowing about this beforehand, Lin Yi wasn't surprised at all. She hung out with Pinliang all the time, so of course she knew about his plans. But Lin Yi was a little puzzled, why would Xiao Xiao be so kind as to warn him? Did she have some other purpose? Lin Yi stepped out of the classroom, and Xiao Xiao followed right behind him. Lin Yi felt someone following him, and when he turned the corner, he saw Xiao Xiao's silhouette through the glass of the staircase. She really did follow him. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Xiao Xiao probably wouldn't let what happened yesterday go that easily. She'd been silent all this time, waiting for the right moment to explode. The forest behind the school was already filled with students who'd gotten the news. There were students from first grade to third grade, and even some middle school students who'd been out of school were attracted here. It seemed like the news of Pinliang's fireworks had gotten out a long time ago, and it had already attracted this much attention. Pinliang and Xiaofu stood beside a tree filled with fireworks and notes. Pinliang hated Yushu as much as he wanted to, since his butt was still swollen from Yushu's poke. Yushu had almost destroyed his butt, and it was still swollen up. How could a needle for a tree be poked into a person's body? Pinliang, on the other hand, had no choice but to maintain a smile on his face. He needed Yushu's help to invite Meng Yao to the Nightless Club's courtship party. Liang Bro, Meng Yao and Yushu are here, and Lin Yi isn't far behind them. Xiaofu whispered to Pinliang. I saw them. Go get Meng Yao and Yushu, and tell Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao to come in as well. I've already told Xiao Xiao what to do later. Just wait for Lin Yi to get into trouble. Pinliang said quietly. Okay, Liang Bro. Xiaofu nodded and made a path for the students. Move aside, everyone. Let today's female lead in. Xiaofu's words were very useful to normal students in school. Meng Yao, Yushu, Liang Bro's ready. We're just waiting for you. Xiaofu made a gesture. We'll just watch from here, but we're going. Meng Yao didn't want to get close. She wasn't interested in this nightless fireworks party at all. Yao Yao, let's go, we can't see it from here. Yushu pulled Meng Yao over, not letting her say anything. I still want to keep giving Pinliang the 4. Meng Yao had no choice but to let Yushu pull her over. She knew her best friend's personality, too. She just liked watching the fun, not helping Pinliang. Lin Yi followed from afar, and Xiao Xiao followed as well. But this time, Xiao Xiao passed Lin Yi and went to help Pinliang. Chapter 441. Chapter 441, Unlucky Xiao Xiao, tonight's female lead, school beauty Miss Meng Yao, has arrived. Let's invite our male lead to light up the fireworks of his love for her. Gao Xiaofu had gotten his hands on a megaphone that street vendors used to sell vegetables. He held it up like an MC and shouted. Meng Yao frowned, this was what annoyed her the most. Pinliang would always come up with all sorts of weird ideas, like writing blood letters and whatnot. Meng Yao was speechless, how could this guy be even more stupid than Shu? Plus, he was the real one, and Shu was the fake one. Xiao Xiao acted like she didn't care when she walked past Lin Yi, picking up a string of firecrackers on the ground and sticking it into Lin Yi's pants. She didn't stop and went off to do something else. Ha! Lin Yi smiled faintly. So this was what this girl was planning. She wanted to blow him up with firecrackers? Was she thinking too much? But Lin Yi didn't expose her immediately, he pretended like he didn't see anything, his eyes still on Meng Yao and Yushu. Xiao Xiao's heart was pounding as well, Lin Yi wasn't a normal person, after all. What if he found out? There were a lot of people in the field, and it was noisy, but Lin Yi's awareness wasn't low either. But Xiao Xiao didn't see any reaction from Lin Yi after hanging the firecracker on his butt. She breathed out in relief, thinking that Lin Yi was probably focused on Meng Yao and Yushu, ignoring everything else around him. Pinliang was about to light up the fireworks on the tree when Xiao Xiao sneakily hid behind Lin Yi with a lighter. She'd light up the firecracker on Lin Yi's body as Pinliang lit up the fireworks. That way, it'd make it look like Pinliang's fireworks were too intense, and half of the firecracker was blown over. If Lin Yi wanted to blame someone, he'd only have himself to blame for being in the wrong place. Whoosh! Pinliang lit up the fireworks, one that he'd ordered from the factory as well. It would form the words Yao Yao, I love you, in the air. It looked simple, but he'd spent a lot of money on it. At the same time, Xiao Xiao lit up the firecracker on Lin Yi's butt, gleefully turning around to hide. Ha! Lin Yi smiled faintly as he quickly removed the firecracker from his body and hung it on Xiao Xiao's butt, tying a dead knot. But the tragic thing was that Xiao Xiao was so focused on running that she didn't even realize that Lin Yi had hung the firecracker on her butt. After a few steps, she realized that she was dragging something behind her, hitting her leg. She turned around, confused, and screamed. Ah! Xiao Xiao was going crazy. Wasn't the firecracker on Lin Yi? Why was it on her? She raised her head to look at Lin Yi, only to see Lin Yi nodding at her with an evil smile on his face. Xiao Xiao wanted to remove the firecracker on her back, but she realized that Lin Yi had tied a dead knot that she couldn't untie at all. The fuse was about to burn out, and Xiao Xiao was starting to panic. She couldn't just take off her pants in front of the whole school, could she? That'd be so embarrassing. Just as Xiao Xiao was hesitating, the fuse burned out, and the firecrackers started exploding. Xiao Xiao was scared out of her wits as she ran over to Pinliang, yelling. Help! Water, do you have water? Pinliang was feeling proud of his work, preparing to shock everyone with the words, Yao Yao, I love you, in the sky when he heard Xiao Xiao's cry for help. Wah! Pinliang's eyes went wide as he stared at the firecracker exploding behind Xiao Xiao's butt. Wasn't she the one hanging on Lin Yi? How did it end up on her body? Xiao Xiao had even given him a signal to tell him to follow the plan after she'd hung up the firecracker. Why did the firecracker switch positions all of a sudden? Lil sis Xiao Xiao, you. Pin Liang looked at Xiao Xiao, confused. Don't talk so much, get me some water to put out the firecrackers. Xiao Xiao was panicking. She didn't have the time to explain to Pin Liang. The firecrackers were already up to her pants, and they were about to reach her but, water. Water. Pin Liang looked around, but there was no water around here. He did get a few buckets of water when he planted the trees, but they were all poured into the soil. The firecrackers were already on Xiao Xiao's, but as Pin Liang was hesitating, burning a couple of holes in her butt. Xiao Xiao was on the verge of crying, and she couldn't care less about her image anymore as she rolled around on the ground, finally extinguishing the firecrackers. However, the fabric of her pants was already burnt beyond recognition, and it hurt. Xiao Xiao was sure that even her underwear was showing, and so she didn't even dare stand up. Her eyes were filled with grievance, and she wanted to cry. But she gritted her teeth and didn't cry. I'm Xiao Xiao, I can't cry. I don't need other people's pity, crying is just a sign of weakness. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and sat on the ground. Take off your shirt and give it to me. Aw. My shirt. Pin Liang blinked. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Xiao Xiao frowned. All right. All right. Pin Liang couldn't afford to piss off Xiao Xiao, be it her background or herself. Pin Liang couldn't afford to offend her at all. Since Xiao Xiao had spoken, Pin Liang had no choice but to take off his shirt and give it to her. Xiao Xiao took Pin Liang's jacket and quickly wrapped it around her waist before walking out of the crowd, heading for the school gates. Xiao Xiao didn't feel good at all. She'd wanted Lin Yi to embarrass himself, but now she was the one being humiliated. She didn't notice if the crowd was laughing at her, but she was sure that she was the laughingstock now. Getting her butt blown up by firecrackers, and she was a girl. This was as embarrassing as it could get. Lin Yi. I'm going to eat you up. Xiao Xiao was going crazy as she sat in her car, gritting her teeth and using the steering wheel as if it was Lin Yi, smashing it violently before she finally calmed down. Chapter 442. Chapter 442, Remedy. Pin Liang, naturally, didn't wear a lot of clothes in the summer. He only had a casual shirt on, and after giving it to Xiao Xiao, he was shirtless. It didn't seem to fit the image of him confessing to Meng Yao, and it made the surrounding students snicker. Pin Liang's face darkened as he raged. What are you laughing at? Have you never seen a man as strong as me? It was fine if Pin Liang didn't say anything, but the moment he did, the students started laughing. The law didn't punish the masses. These students were usually afraid of Pin Liang, but in the dark night, they couldn't tell who was laughing and who wasn't. Pin Liang couldn't do anything to them. Yao Yao, please let me use fireworks to express my love to you. Pin Liang raised his head, wanting to point at the fireworks in the sky to confess to Meng Yao, only to realize that the fireworks were almost done. Xiao Xiao had asked for his clothes at the same time, but everyone's attention was on Xiao Xiao, and no one noticed the words Yao Yao, I love you, in the sky. Pin Liang's effort was wasted. The fireworks were gone. They were all gone. Pin Liang didn't know what to say after that. What could he say without the help of fireworks? Go see if there are any more fireworks. Pin Liang ordered Xiaofu, his face livid. Gao Xiaofu hurriedly ran to the Eskimo tree to check on the few fireworks, but it seemed that they had all been set off. There was nothing left to set off. Gao Xiaofu did not give up. He used a lighter to light up the fireworks. However, the sky was already dark and he could not see clearly. He accidentally used a branch as a fuse, and with a whoosh, the Eskimo tree was set on fire. Pinliang didn't know what was going on at first, thinking that Xiaofu was making fireworks again. But then he realized that something wasn't right. Why wasn't the fireworks shooting into the sky? Why was it burning on the tree? Liang bro, it's bad. I lit the tree on fire. Gao Xiaofu patted the fire a few times but failed to extinguish it. He became anxious and shouted, Brother Liang, come and help. Ha! Xiaofu's actions drew a round of laughter. Pinliang's confession had turned into a farce. Put out the fire. Get someone to get water. Pinliang ran over with a dark face, looking at his Eskimo tree. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Oh, Yao Yao, I see the fire tree, but I don't see the silver flowers. Yushu cried out in surprise. Shoo, let's stay away from this kind of idiotic behavior. It's easy to cause a fire. Meng Yao was speechless at Pinliang's actions, especially Xiao Xiao's. What was Xiao Xiao trying to do just now? Wait, Yao Yao sis, I have to remind them. With that, Yushu called out to Pinliang. Break the bottle and use the water inside to put out the fire. Oh, right. Pinliang nodded quickly before instructing Xiaofu to carry out the task. Yushu giggled and left with Meng Yao. Shoo, you're getting worse and worse. How much is there in the bottle? How could it be used to extinguish a fire? You're a scammer. Meng Yao said. Who told him to believe it? Yao Yao sis wouldn't have been scammed. That means Pinliang's a big idiot. Yushu said confidently. The next day, Xiao Xiao didn't come to school, and Lin Yi was happy to have some peace and quiet. He didn't know that Xiao Xiao was lying on the bed, cursing him. If curses could kill, Lin Yi would have died in all sorts of ways already. Lin Yi, you bastard. I'm going to flush you down the toilet. Xiao Xiao didn't even dare go to the washroom. Her butt was burning with pain, and the firecrackers were all red and white. She'd applied Dr. Kang's Jinchuang medicine, but it was good for external injuries. It wasn't very effective on burns like this. This Dr. Kang is clearly a scammer. It's useless, and he's selling it at such a high price. I'll blow his whole family up the next time I see him. Xiao Xiao thought hatefully. Pinliang had a bitter look on his face as well. He'd put so much effort into planning the confession yesterday, but it had ended in a farce. It made him angry, but he couldn't vent it out. Xiao Xiao was the one who'd ruined it, and even if he wanted to complain, he didn't dare say anything. What the hell happened yesterday? Didn't they say they'd hang the firecrackers on Lin Yi's butt? How did it turn into Xiao Xiao? Pinliang was punished by Wang Jifeng. He was no longer the nephew of a shareholder, but a normal student who paid for his own expenses. Who knows? I saw Xiao Xiao sneaking over to Lin Yi's side, but I didn't see what happened after. Xiaofu shook his head. What a waste of a good opportunity. Pinliang wasn't happy. He clenched his fists and released them weakly. I'm about to graduate, I don't know if I still have a chance. Liang bro, I think you messed things up yesterday, but you've already expressed your feelings. Meng Yao should know what you're thinking, so the process isn't important. What matters is the result. Xiaofu analyzed. Why don't you ask Yushu and see if Meng Yao's interested? Alright, that's the only way. Pinliang nodded. After the first class, Pinliang sent Yushu a text, asking her to meet him in front of the classroom. Liang, you're looking for me. Yushu went to meet him without hesitation. Pinliang didn't have any feelings for her, he just wanted to ask about Meng Yao. Heh, yeah, Shu, I'm really sorry about yesterday, I messed things up. What did Meng Yao say? Pinliang asked carefully. Yao, she didn't say anything, but she seemed pretty disappointed. She didn't think it was fun, did she? Yushu blinked and hesitated. Man, I knew I'd disappoint her yesterday, but did she say anything to make up for it? Pinliang asked. Well, I didn't ask. Oh, right, I want to eat the fried mushrooms from the night market. Yushu stretched. I'll go buy some mushrooms at noon. I'll ask around for you later, but I might forget. Wait, I'll go get that. It's just fried mushrooms, I'll go. Pinliang hurriedly said, Shu, just help me ask if there's anything I can do to remedy this. All right then. Yushu nodded and went back to the classroom. Chapter 443. Chapter 443. Failure. Mingyao noticed that Yushu was deep in thought during class. She didn't know what she was thinking about, so she asked, Shu, what on earth are you doing? What are you doing here and there? Yao, I'm thinking if I have any wishes that I haven't fulfilled yet. Yushu felt that all of her wishes had been fulfilled, and there was nothing left for Pinliang to do. Wishes? Don't you want to eat shark meat? Mingyao didn't know what Yushu was up to, so she reminded her. Oh. Yes, I want to eat shark meat. Yushu waved her hands excitedly at Mingyao's reminder. I want Pinliang to take me to eat shark meat. Pinliang. Take you to eat shark meat? Mingyao blinked. Yeah, he asked me just now if there was anything I could do to make you happier. Yushu said. Don't go to him. If you want to eat shark meat, get Lin Yi to catch it for you. Mingyao didn't want anything to do with Pinliang. Don't worry, Yao. I'll be the one talking to Pinliang. I won't drag you into this. Yushu was already used to this sort of thing. Whatever you want. Mingyao didn't care anymore. Yushu had done this sort of thing way too many times in the past 3 years, and Mingyao was already numb to it. But Mingyao was a little doubtful. How could Pinliang still trust Yushu after falling for it so many times? It was the last class of the morning, and Pinliang decided to skip it altogether. He brought Xiaofu to the night market and bought 2 servings of fried mushrooms before returning to school. He finally managed to get the 2 servings in front of Yushu before the lunch break. Oh, I'll tell you after I'm done. It won't be crispy anymore when it gets cold. Yushu waved her hand, signaling for Pinliang to leave. Pinliang nodded and bowed as he returned to his seat. He and Xiaofu had bought some steamed buns, and Pinliang couldn't eat too much since he had something on his mind. When Yushu was done with the fried mushrooms, Pinliang stood up abruptly and chased after Yushu. Yushu went to toss the mushroom lunchbox at Pinliang, giggling to herself when she saw the impatient look on his face. There was actually such a foolish person. He hadn't had enough of being deceived, and he was in a hurry to be deceived. I say, Liangzi, can't you let me stop for a bit? You're following me around when I'm taking out the trash. Yushu pretended to be unhappy as she looked at Pinliang. Hee, little Shu, I'm just anxious. I'll throw it for you. Pinliang took the stuff from Yushu's hands. What did Yao say? She said that what happened yesterday was okay, but she's been under a lot of pressure from school lately, and she wants to go out and have some fun. The summer camp is in May, and she wants to go out now. Yushu had already made up an excuse. Oh, going out to play. That's great. Pinliang was on the verge of cheering. His dream was to go on a date with Mingyao. What are you thinking? How could Sister Yao go out alone with you? It's not like she's your girlfriend right now. Yushu rolled her eyes at Pinliang. However, Pinliang wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he was excited. Yushu said that she wasn't his girlfriend right now, which meant that she might be in the future. Mingyao still had feelings for him. Pinliang was unusually happy at the thought. Shu, where do you think Mingyao wants to go? How about the beach? Organize a spring outing and let all of our classmates go. Otherwise, Yao sis won't go with you alone. Yushu said. Sure, no problem. It's just a spring outing, right? I'll organize it in a bit. With a goal in mind, Pinliang nodded and went to help Yushu throw out the trash. Yushu hummed a song as she went back to class after taking care of Pinliang. What surprised Dr. Kong and his family was that the trial had no effect at all. The entire family, including Dr. Kong who'd taken the original pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, suffered from varying degrees of nausea and diarrhea, but there were no signs of detoxification at all. Other than diarrhea and sweat, there were no signs of detoxification at all. Miracle Dr. Kong forced his weak body to sit in his study. He had no choice but to call for an emergency family meeting to discuss this matter. Xiaolong, what's the problem? Why aren't we detoxifying? Dr. Kong was confused. Even if there was something wrong with the composition of the dog poop, he'd taken the original pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Kong Mingming had taken half of it, and there were obvious effects. He'd taken the other half, so why was he no different from someone who'd eaten dog poop? I don't know, Grandpa. Logically speaking, the ingredients are dog poop, and what you ate was the original pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. How could it not have any effect? Xiaolong said, feeling weak and dizzy. Could it be that it varies from person to person? Dr. Kong asked, confused. I don't think so, Grandpa, I didn't have any effects this time either. Kong Mingming stood up, clutching his stomach. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to shit my pants. I need to go to the bathroom. With that, Kong Mingming ran out of the study with a bunch of smelly farts. But no one complained about his smelly farts, because everyone in the room was smelly today. Xiaoming's right, he didn't have any effects either. Did something go wrong with our experiment? Dr. Kong nodded. That. Grandpa, I've thought of everything, but there's no way to explain it. Xiaolong shook his head. Could it be that what Xiaoming ate was different from what you ate? Different? Wasn't it the same pill that was split into two parts? Dr. Kong frowned. I'm just guessing, and I don't have any proof right now. But now that I think about it, our research direction was wrong. Xiaolong said. We were all blinded by excitement, thinking that the most impossible thing was the most possible, that dog poop was the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. But now that we think about it, is it really that simple? So you're saying that the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing isn't dog poop? Dr. Kong calmed down and thought about it. Xiaolong's words weren't unreasonable. Something as miraculous as the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing was just dog poop, wasn't it too simple? Yes, it's just a guess, but I have two bold theories. Xiaolong was the most educated member of the Kangs, after all. His analysis was clear and logical. Chapter 444. Chapter 444, Dr. Kang's plan. First, the pill that Kong Xiaobo gave us was indeed the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, but his branch has always been at odds with us, so he didn't want us to be too well off even if he gave us the pill. That's why he mixed dog poop into the pill. Xiaolong said. With Kong Xiaobo's age, he's quite capable of pulling a prank like this. So you're saying that Kong Xiaobo purposely mixed dog poop with the pill and sent it over? Dr. Kong thought about it. Xiaolong's analysis wasn't impossible, and Kong Xiaobo really could have done that, making him eat dog poop along with the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. That's a possibility. Xiaolong nodded. So the half that Xiaoming ate earlier might have been the pill's half, and the half you ate was dog poop. Dr. Kong regretted it a little. He would have eaten it himself if he'd known this would happen. Why did he have to let Kong Mingming eat it? The second possibility is that something happened to the pill when it was thrown into the trash. Maybe it was mixed with dog poop, or maybe it was mixed with dog poop by accident. Xiaolong said. But no matter what, dog poop shouldn't be the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Our research direction is wrong. Dr. Kang's face was dark, and he didn't say a word. In fact, he didn't know what to say. It was fortunate that this had happened within the Kong family, and no outsiders knew about it. Otherwise, they'd be laughing their heads off. Miracle Dr. Kang's entire family was eating dog poop. It was the biggest joke in the world. Kong Mingming had finished pooping by now and returned to the study. So, any conclusions? What you ate earlier might not be dog poop, but there's no way to prove it. Dr. Kong said simply, in any case, the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing isn't dog-sh*t. This matter ends here for now. Don't tell anyone else. Kong Guifeng, Xiaolong, and the others all nodded. Nonsense, who would take the initiative to tell others about such a shameful thing? Xiaolong, I think it's time to bring up your marriage with the Xiao family's Wang Xinyan. Dr. Kong immediately thought of the Xiao family's marriage after the failure of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Alright, then I'll go to Yanjin in a few days to send the betrothal gifts and settle the marriage. Xiaolong was disappointed as well. He thought that House Kong would be able to soar into the sky this time, but it was all for naught. Yeah, it's just an engagement, so I won't be going. Guifeng, take Xiaolong with you, Dr. Kong instructed his eldest son, Kong Guifeng. Yes, father. Kong Guifeng nodded. There's one more thing, Cuipu. I'll leave it to you. Dr. Kong turned to Cuipu. Cuipu paused. He was the prodigal son of the family, and there wasn't much he could do other than eat, drink, and play all day. Why was his father asking him to do something for the first time? But he was still very happy inside. The pill of life extension and toxin cleansing wasn't a success, but with Kong Mingming's involvement, the father and son duo were clearly valued by Dr. Kong. Dad, just tell me. I'll do my best. Cuipu promised. You have a lot of friends in society, so pay close attention to Kong Xiaobo's family. Since that friend of Kong Xiaobo's could get his hands on the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, then he must know some master. Find out who they've been in contact with, and if there really is a master, we'll definitely get him to work for us. Dr. Kong said. I'm good at that, leave it to me. Cuipu patted his chest and promised. With that, the matter was settled, and the farce of Dr. Kang's family solving the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing came to an end. But Dr. Kong didn't give up yet. The pill of life extension and toxin cleansing was a symbol of wealth and status. If the Kangs could really get their hands on it, then they'd be much more powerful than they were now. Xiao Xiao came to school in the afternoon, and what surprised Lin Yi was that she was still very calm. At least, there wasn't much anger on her face. It was the same as that time when Lin Yi had poured his piss on her, nothing could be seen on her face. Lin Yi guessed that she was planning her next revenge. Lin Yi felt wronged. Why did this girl have to make life difficult for him? If he couldn't mess with her, why couldn't he just avoid her? Since you're here, then I'll leave. Lin Yi decided to skip class in the afternoon. He'd received a call from Xuemin earlier, saying that Fatty Lai had already completed the transfer of the building's ownership. As long as Lin Yi nodded, it would be transferred to Guan Xian's name. The medicine that Xuemin had applied for approval had also been approved. In the medical world, with Xuemin's connections, this wasn't a difficult matter. It was just a formality, and the medicine company was right in front of him. The only thing missing was a professional manager. Lin Yi used this chance to go to Xuemin's place to discuss the medicine company. As for Xiao Xiao, he'd leave her alone in school. Seeing Lin Yi leave, Xiao Xiao's lips curled into a subtle smile. She couldn't wait for Lin Yi to leave. She wanted to have a good talk with Kong Xiaobo about Lin Yi's weakness. From the looks of it, messing around like this wasn't a solution at all. Lin Yi's skills were far beyond his imagination, and his reflexes were also unimaginable. Even after the firecracker had been lit, he was still able to take it off his body and tie it to himself, even tying it into a knot. His reaction speed shocked Xiao Xiao. Sitting on the thick cushion, Xiao Xiao poked Kong Xiaobo's back. Do you have time? Can you tell me about your boss? Kong Xiaobo had witnessed the firecracker explosion yesterday, and he was wondering what was going on. He wanted to ask about it, but he didn't know how to ask Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao took the initiative to talk to him. Yesterday, what happened to you? Why did you get blown up by the firecrackers? Kong Xiaobo wasn't with Lin Yi yesterday, so he didn't see what happened. It was an accident. Let's not talk about that. Tell me about Lin Yi. Xiao Xiao evidently didn't want to talk about the firecrackers. You saw it, too. Lin Yi left the moment I came. He's obviously avoiding me. Xiao Xiao looked at Kong Xiaobo bitterly. She was as pitiful as she could be, like a woman who got dumped. It was impossible not to sympathize with her. Chapter 445. Chapter 445, Lin Yi was stunned. Right, you didn't finish what you told me last time. I want to go after Lin Yi, what do I have to do? Xiao Xiao lowered her voice. Well, I don't think it's too hard. Boss is a soft-hearted person, and he can be persuaded, but not cowed. Reality has proven that if you were to be a little more gentle and act coquettishly, Boss wouldn't ignore you anymore. Kong Xiaobo said after some hesitation. It wasn't right to talk about his boss behind his back, but Xiao Xiao was quite pitiful. She was a girl who transferred schools for the man she loved, but not only did she not receive his understanding and praise, she was even given the cold shoulder. This made Kong Xiaobo sympathize with her, and so he spoke a little more. Oh. Lin Yi can be persuaded, but not cowed, huh? Xiao Xiao couldn't help but pause after hearing Kong Xiaobo's words. Kong Xiaobo was one of the closest people to Lin Yi, and now that he said that, did that mean that there was something wrong with her strategy? It seemed that blindly trying to make Lin Yi look bad or threaten him wouldn't have any effect, and might even have the opposite effect. It seemed that she would have to change her plan in order to make Lin Yi submit. Yeah, I think that girls need to learn how to act coquettishly. Look at you, you don't even know how to act coquettishly, how could boss like you? Kong Xiaobo said matter-of-factly. You know, sis-in-law Tang Yun isn't any worse than you, she's even a little taller than you. If you really like boss, then you need to be gentle. Is that so? Xiao Xiao frowned, he wanted her to be a little gentler. Be gentle to a boy. What a joke, she was Xiao Xiao. Why would she try to please a boy? Wouldn't people laugh their heads off if they found out? No, definitely not. Especially acting coquettishly. Since when did she know how to act coquettishly? She'd never acted coquettishly before, so how could she? But if she didn't do that, then Lin Yi wouldn't teach her how to race. Was racing really that important? Xiao Xiao was at a loss. She'd wanted to find Lin Yi because Lin Yi ignored her last time, and she was a little pissed off. A little follower was acting all cocky with her. She'd been pissed, and finding Lin Yi was just a way to vent her frustration. Learning to race with him was just a condition. Xiao Xiao had wanted to ask Lin Yi to teach her how to race, and Lin Yi would have agreed, but he didn't even look at her. That was fine, Xiao Xiao could take it, but what she couldn't take it was that Lin Yi drenched her with his piss and tied the firecrackers to her but with a dead knot. Lin too. Xiao Xiao couldn't take it anymore, she wanted revenge. This wasn't as simple as learning to race. She hated Lin Yi to the core, and she had to make Lin Yi pay a price to appease her anger. With that, Kong Xiaobo's suggestion really needed to be thought, the key was how to do it. Even if Xiao Xiao was acting coquettishly to Lin Yi, asking Lin Yi to teach her how to race, it was just a small matter to Xiao Xiao. Racing or not wasn't important anymore, she had to make Lin Yi pay. Right. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up. Since Lin Yi liked Tang Yun, then she'd really be the third party and ruin the relationship between Lin Yi and Tang Yun. Then she'd make Lin Yi fall in love with her, and then she'd dump Lin Yi. When Lin Yi couldn't pull himself out, she'd tell him the truth, and he'd probably be crying by then, wouldn't he? With that thought, Xiao Xiao was filled with fighting spirit. With her beauty, wouldn't it be easy to get Lin Yi? No matter how close he was with Tang Yun, they weren't in the same class. He and Lin Yi, on the other hand, were in the same class. They were desk mates, too. Wouldn't it be too much of a failure if he couldn't win this battle of love with Lin Yi with this kind of advantage? Xiao Xiao's expression kept changing, happy, angry, and hopeful. Kong Xiaobo thought that she'd thought it through. I'm telling you this because I pity you, but don't ruin the relationship between boss and Tang Yun. I won't, I just need to be nice to him from the sidelines, paying attention to him. I don't need him to like me. Xiao Xiao nodded. But you have to keep it a secret for me. Of course, Kong Xiaobo nodded with a smile. He did sympathize with a girl like Xiao Xiao. When Lin Yi got to the villa, he was surprised to see 2 police cars parked in front of the villa. One was Lingshan's police car, and the other was Huaijuan's car, the one that picked him up at school last time. Lin Yi wasn't surprised that Huaijuan was here, but Lin Yi found it odd that Lingshan was here as well. Why was she here? He pressed the doorbell, and the one who opened the door was the housekeeper, Auntie Lu. She knew Lin Yi, and quickly invited Lin Yi in. She helped him get his slippers. Professor Guan is in the study, and there are 2 guests. One of them is Mr. Yang, whom you know. Ah, got it. I'll go find them myself. I know the other one too. Lin Yi smiled. All right, Auntie Lu didn't say anything else after hearing that Lin Yi knew them. She went back to her work. Lin Yi knocked on the door, and Xuemin's voice came from inside. Is this Yi? You're here already. It's me. Lin Yi opened the door and nodded with a smile. He was startled by a figure walking up to him. He wanted to dodge, but when he saw who it was, Lin Yi could only smile bitterly. Huaijuan gave Lin Yi a bear hug as he laughed. How's my body now? Lin Yi rolled his eyes. You won't die for now, but you'll have to wait if you want to get your strength back. I can get my strength back. Huaijuan blinked at Lin Yi's words, but it quickly turned into joy. Eagle. Lin Yi, are you saying that I can get my strength back? When have I ever said that? Lin Yi shrugged. Lingshan, however, curled her lips in disdain before Huaijuan could say anything. It happens all the time. Miss Braindead, no one will think you're a mute if you don't talk. Lin Yi wasn't happy with Lingshan's interruption. He glared at her. Stop begging me next time. Just think of the things I promised you before as nothing but empty promises. Young bro, look, he's bullying me. Lingshan said pitifully as she looked at Huaijuan. Chapter 446. Chapter 446, the other side of Lingshan. Lin Yi almost fell on his butt. He was shocked by Lingshan's sudden change in gender. Song, you should find a man who can control you, or you'll be too wild. Huaijuan said with a smile. Aw. Young bro. What? What are you talking about? What man? Lingshan's eyes were wide open, her face red as she glared at Huaijuan. Girls have to get married. Huaijuan, however, didn't mind at all. Plus, I need to ask Lin Yi for help, too. You. Ask him too. Lingshan had always been suspicious of Lin Yi's identity. Even if he was a very strong bodyguard, there was no reason for Huaijuan to praise Lin Yi like this. After all, Huaijuan didn't admire people that easily, and yet he was lowering himself in front of Lin Yi. It was something that Lingshan couldn't understand. Huaijuan had retired from that mysterious organization, and while he was injured and not as strong as he used to be, he'd still had his glory days, and he was brave and smart. There was no way he'd praise someone so easily. But as for Lin Yi, Ling Shan really couldn't figure out what sort of connection the two had. The most suspicious thing was that Huaijuan had almost lost his composure the first time he met Lin Yi. Huaijuan nodded seriously. I'm begging him to treat me now. Huaijuan wanted to play matchmaker for Lin Yi and Ling Shan. The Song family wasn't weak, but they didn't interfere with Ling Shan's marriage too much, especially since the Song family came from an ancient martial arts house. They worshipped strength, and so Elder Song was very supportive of Ling Shan's decision to find a man who could beat her. Lin Yi, on the other hand, fit the bill perfectly. This alone was enough for Lin Yi to give it a try. But what troubled Huaijuan was Ning. He knew that Lin Yi wouldn't be accepted by her family, but he couldn't help but help her again and again. What kind of mentality was this? He had buried the feelings he had for Xiao Ning in the depths of his heart and turned it into the protection of her happiness. Ling Shan didn't know what to say. She thought that Huaijuan would be able to give her some courage today, but it seemed that she'd miscalculated. Huaijuan couldn't order Lin Yi around. Ha! You doubted me before, so we're off the deal. Lin Yi said as he sat down on the sofa beside Ling Shan. Ling Shan almost vomited blood from regret after hearing Lin Yi's words. She wouldn't have said that if she'd known this would happen. She thought that Huaijuan would back her up, only to realize that she'd made a huge mistake. Ling Shan gritted her teeth as she looked at that "I don't need your help, so don't bother me" look on Lin Yi's face, but there was nothing she could do. She wanted to ease up her relationship with Lin Yi, so she kicked Lin Yi. Hey! Why are you so stingy? It's not a matter of being stingy, it's a matter of principle. I won't help you. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. He didn't want to get involved in Ling Shan's business anymore. He wouldn't have bothered if it weren't for Huaijuan. Now that the opportunity presented itself, Lin Yi pushed it away cleanly. Ling Shan glared at him, but there was nothing she could do. After some hesitation, she pulled on the corner of Lin Yi's shirt and whispered into his ear. Miss Braindead was wrong, all right. Just forgive her this once. Ling Shan's body was trembling as she spoke. Since when had she ever lowered herself to someone like this? But in front of Lin Yi, she had no choice but to lower herself. Why was she so unlucky? He had her in his palm, and she didn't even have a chance to turn things around. All right, I'll forgive you this once then. Lin Yi was moved by Ling Shan. He didn't think that this girl would be able to move Lin Yi's heart when she acted like a spoiled child. All beautiful girls were cute, the key was whether or not they knew how to show their cute side. Lin Yi came to a conclusion. It seemed that he was being kind, after all. This wasn't a good sign. What if a female assassin acted like a spoiled child in the future? Would he let her go? Ling Shan's voice was soft, and Guan Shuamin couldn't hear it, but Huaijuan, who was sitting beside her, heard it loud and clear. Huaijuan was strong, and while he was injured and dropped a level, he was still a golden class early phase at his peak. His hearing was naturally better than a normal person's, and he almost fainted when he heard what Ling Shan said to Lin Yi. Was this still the Ling Shan he knew? Ling Shan would show her little girl side in front of him, but that was only because she saw him as a big brother, an elder. There was no other meaning behind it. But as for Lin Yi wasn't even as old as her, was he? Could it be that Song had fallen for him this time? Huaijuan was suspicious, but he could only pretend that he didn't hear it. This was a matter of a girl's face. She might be able to say that in front of Lin Yi, but if other people heard it, she'd probably kill herself. Ling Shan glared at Lin Yi hatefully, but she'd gotten an answer she was satisfied with. She turned her head away and ignored him. Shuamin didn't know what was going on, but his instincts told him that Lin Yi and Ling Shan's relationship wasn't normal. He sighed inwardly. He'd seen his granddaughter's feelings for him, and if it were any other boy, he'd have the confidence to make it happen, but this was Lin Yi, and he didn't have any confidence at all. First of all, Lin Yi's medical skills were better than his, and second, Lin Yi should be different in other areas other than his medical skills. He was very outstanding. This was something he could tell from the conversation between Lingshan and Lin Yi. Wait a bit. Yang and Song have something to talk to me about, and they've just arrived. We'll talk about other things after they're done. Xuemin said to Lin Yi. He'd become closer to Lin Yi, and he'd already considered Lin Yi as half a family member. He didn't need to be too polite. Yeah, it's fine. I'll sit here for a bit. Lin Yi said before looking at Huaijuan. Should I leave for a bit? With that, Lin Yi was about to stand up. Ling Shan wanted to drag Lin Yi back with her claws. She'd wanted Lin Yi's help with this, so why did he have to leave? It's fine. You can listen in as well, you'll be able to help if you find any clues. Huaijuan said with a wave of his hand. Chapter 447. Chapter 447, Rolling Eyes expected. Lin Yi nodded and sat back down on the sofa. Then let's hear it. Huaijuan didn't waste any time, getting straight to the point. Grandpa Guan, I've brought Song here because I want to use your connections to get some information. Yang, don't be so courteous, just say it. Xuemin waved his hand, knowing that Huaijuan had to have something important to discuss with him. Just come over if you need anything next time, Song. Thank you, Professor Guan. Lingshan said quickly. It's like this, Grandpa Guan, there's been an illegal organ trafficking organization recently, taking beggars, homeless people, and even disabled people in the city and cutting out their kidneys or corneas. It's gotten to a point where they don't care about anything. Huaijuan said. So I'd like you to help me find out where all the big hospitals get their corneas transplanted, hoping to find some clues. That's easy, but I can only ask around. Those who've already undergone surgery, even if the organ comes from an illegal source, I can't ask them to cut it out again. Xuemin said. Naturally, that's a little inhumane, but those involved in the illegal trade still have to be punished. Huaijuan said. Please help me, Grandpa Guan. I'll give Xiang a call. He's a shareholder of many hospitals, and he's more informed than I am. Xuemin nodded. The Xiang that Xuemin was talking about was Xuemin's youngest son, Guan Xiaoxiang, who was also Guan Xian's father. He held shares in many hospitals, and together with Guan Xian's mother, he owned a private hospital in Songjiang. He was one of the most famous doctors in the province. With Uncle Xiang and Aunt Lan's help, we should be able to get some information. Huaijuan nodded. The Aunt Lan he was talking about was Guan Xiaoxiang's wife, Guan Xian's mother. Huaijuan had brought Lingshan here mainly to ask for Xuemin's help, and now that they were done, Xuemin had agreed without hesitation. There was no need for them to stay any longer. Xuemin obviously had other things to discuss with Lin Yi, too, and so Huaijuan got up to leave. We'll be going then, Grandpa Guan. We're a little busy here at the bureau, I'll come see you another day. Go ahead. Come back for dinner another day. Guan Xuemin nodded. Wait. Lin Yi stopped Huaijuan. I've prepared the medicine for your second course of treatment, but I didn't bring it today, come to my school tomorrow. Alright, but I've been transferred to a nearby city to help investigate a big case. I'll be pretty busy, so send Song over if I don't have the time. Huaijuan nodded. I won't say too many thank yous, it's all said. You're busy. Aren't you afraid of dying of exhaustion? Lin Yi shrugged. I didn't see you so busy before I treated you. Heh, the more capable you are, the more things you can do. I'm pretty much fine now, aren't I? Huaijuan said, a little embarrassed. Plus, I'm creating opportunities for you and Song, aren't I? Wah. Lin Yi's eyes went wide, and so did Ling Shan. Lin Yi was a little speechless. Why was Huaijun always trying to get him and Ling Shan together? Ling Shan, on the other hand, was surprised that young bro would act so frivolously in front of Lin Yi. He must have been led astray by the kid, that had to be it. She'd make sure to teach Lin Yi a lesson the day she could turn things around. But, it didn't seem like she could turn things around just yet. She still had to work hard. After sending Huaijun and Ling Shan off, Lin Yi returned to Guan Shuamin's study. Guan Shuamin was on the phone when Lin Yi came in. I called Mr. Lai, he'll be here soon. Mr. Lai. Fatty Lai, right? Lin Yi froze for a moment before reacting. Haha, that's him. Guan Shuamin, naturally, couldn't call Lai Chang'e Fatty Lai. The two hadn't spoken much when voices came from outside the study, and a ball-like person rolled into the study. Fatty Lai had been here before, so Aunt Lu recognized him. He was let in as soon as he arrived. But Fatty Lai heard from Guan Shuamin that Lin Yi was here as well, so he panicked a little. He really wanted to see Lin Yi. He hadn't seen him since the birthday banquet, so he tripped at the door and rolled into the study. Lin Yi jumped at Fatty Lai. What kind of martial arts are you practicing? Even if you wanted to come in quickly, you didn't have to come in like this, did you? Ha ha. It's a mistake, I tripped and fell. Fatty Lai was a little embarrassed. Miracle Dr. Lin, I finally get to see you. I miss you so much. Sob, I thought you didn't want me anymore, that I'd never see you again. You don't know how excited I was when Professor Guan called me. I wasn't even as excited as I was when I got married. Alright. Just stay away from me, I'm a little scared. I don't doubt your sexual orientation, but I'm still wary of you, Lin Yi said after getting a meter away from Fatty Lai. It's okay, I'm happy to see you, Miracle Dr. Lin. Fatty Lai didn't mind that Lin Yi looked down on him at all. He took out a document from his backpack. Miracle Dr. Lin, please have a look. The building's ownership has been transferred to Miss Guan Xian's name. As soon as Miss Guan Xian signs it, the contract will come into effect. Oh. Isn't your new company in the building? What are you going to do if it's all transferred? Lin Yi asked curiously. I'm a tenant now, and I'll pay the rent on time. Fatty Lai said. Miracle Dr. Lin, you're not kicking me out, are you? Lin Yi thought that Fatty Lai was a little troublesome, but he didn't have a reason to kick him out. He'd given his building to you, and it wasn't right to kick him out. I won't, just stay here. Don't worry about the rent. Lin Yi waved his hand. Ha ha, I'll stay here then. Fatty Lai had made up his mind. He was going to stick to Lin Yi. He could see that being close to Lin Yi would bring him a lot of benefits in the future. Lin Yi wasn't familiar with him before, and he didn't really like him, but it didn't matter. They'd get to know each other after a while. Wasn't everything good now? At least Lin Yi was willing to see him, and that was a good start. Chapter 448. Have a bad attitude. Fatty Lai was basically giving this skyscraper to Lin Yi for free. Lin Yi felt that he should return something to Fatty Lai, so he decided to ask about his father's condition. Fatty Lai froze when he heard Lin Yi's question. He couldn't believe his ears, but he was overjoyed when he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his hearing. Fatty Lai burst into tears, his eyes brimming with hot tears. He felt that all his hard work had finally paid off. Lin Yi didn't want to see him before, didn't want to talk to him, but now, he took the initiative to ask about his father's illness. This made Fatty Lai feel flattered. Sob. Miracle Dr. Lin, I knew you were a good person, you would care about my father. Fatty Lai was about to kneel down in front of Lin Yi. I thank you on behalf of my father. Alright, stop. Stop right now. Lin Yi was scared out of his wits by Fatty Lai's actions. Don't be like that. If you do that again, I won't ask next time. I shouldn't have said so much, don't. I won't cry, sob sob. I'm just moved, I'm crying tears of joy. Fatty Lai quickly stood up and wiped his tears. Fatty Lai lived up to his nickname as a crybaby. His tears came and went quickly, and he was all smiles again. As long as you don't cry, you can call me normally next time. Lin Yi was a little speechless. He really admired this guy. In order to make him cry a few times less, Lin Yi gave him phone privileges. Really? That's great, Miracle Dr. Lin. Fatty Lai was so excited that he was about to cry again, but when he remembered what Lin Yi said just now, he stopped crying. Now let's talk about your father's condition. He has uremia, right? Lin Yi waved his hand to stop Fatty Lai. Even if the guy didn't cry, he'd still be dawdling. Yes, uremia. After taking half of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, there's a clear effect. He's already awake, and he's in much better spirits. All his vitals are starting to improve, but the doctor said that he's still not completely recovered. Although the treatment can be maintained, I don't know if it'll worsen. Fatty Lai said worriedly. Have you had a kidney transplant before? Lin Yi nodded and asked. No. He's too old. I'm afraid he won't be able to get off the operating table. The doctor doesn't recommend surgery either, Fatty Lai said honestly. That's easy. Lin Yi said, well, I'll write down some traditional Chinese medicine. You go out and buy it for me. I'll make it and let your father drink it for a week. After a week, he'll come here to change the dressing. Ah. All right. Thank you, Miracle Dr. Lin. Fatty Lai was beyond excited. He felt like he'd finally bet on the right treasure. It seemed like Miracle Dr. Lin was a kind person. After all his coaxing and pestering, Miracle Dr. Lin was finally willing to help. Lin Yi didn't completely trust Fatty Lai yet, so he didn't ask him to buy all the important ingredients for the first time. He only wrote down the names of the herbs needed for the first course of treatment. The dosage wasn't precise either, around 5 ounces of each herb. He even wrote down the names of a few useless ones. Fatty Lai carefully took the prescription from Lin Yi, afraid that he'd lose it. He put it in his pocket and rushed out to buy the herbs. After sending Fatty Lai away, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Xuemin. Grandpa Guan, are the procedures for the pharmaceutical company and the approval of the herbs done? Yeah, these are all small things. I don't need to do anything. I've asked Xiang to do it. They'll be here soon. Xuemin nodded. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door, and then the door was pushed open. Dad, I've brought the ingredients you wanted. A middle-aged man walked in. His face looked like Xuemin's. He must be Xuemin's son, Guan Xiaoxiang. Just leave it here. Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is the Lin Yi I mentioned to you, Mr. Lin. Xuemin introduced Lin Yi to Xiaoxiang. Hello, Uncle Guan. Lin Yi quickly got up to greet him. After all, Xiaoxiang was his elder, and Lin Yi didn't dare to be careless. However, Xiaoxiang's attitude towards Lin Yi was very calm. He nodded and said indifferently, Hello, Mr. Lin. If Lin Yi called Xiaoxiang uncle, then he shouldn't have called Lin Yi Mr. Lin. Even if he was being polite, he shouldn't have been so cold. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. He didn't know how he had offended Xiaoxiang. He felt awkward and didn't know what to say. Xuemin tried to smooth things over. Xiaoxiang, are you busy at the company? Not bad. Xiaoxiang said indifferently, Dad, why did you suddenly think of starting a company? I thought you didn't like to use your own name to do things. Don't get confused when you're old. Be careful that your reputation will be ruined. Xiaoxiang, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiaomin's face suddenly became gloomy. He glared at his son. Are you okay? If not, you can leave. I'm very busy at the company. I came back to deliver the ingredients to you. Of course I have to hurry back. Xiaoxiang said indifferently, I'm just reminding you. Don't be fooled. After saying that, Xiaoxiang looked at Lin Yi, then turned around and left the room. He didn't say anything else and quickly left the villa. The sound of the door closing could be heard from outside. This kid. Xiaomin was so angry that he couldn't breathe. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said to Lin Yi, don't mind him. Ah. Uncle Guan is doing this for your own good. He's afraid that I'm a scammer. Lin Yi smiled, showing that he understood. Actually, what Xiaoxiang said was not wrong. Although it was a bit disrespectful, he was standing on the side of a family and reminding Xiaomin not to be fooled. It was just that the way he expressed it was a bit too direct. He could have said it after Lin Yi left, but Lin Yi didn't care about that. It's not against you. Xiaomin shook his head. This kid still hates me. He's still brooding about what happened in the past. What happened in the past? Lin Yi was a bit surprised. That eldest son of mine, I've told you before. He's a lazy, jobless man. He relied on my reputation to rope in some pharmacists and started a medical business. He's doing quite well, Xiaomin said. So, when my youngest son was about to graduate from university, he teamed up with a classmate he was close to and wanted to set up a clinic under my name. I rejected him harshly. So, he's still brooding about me using my name to set up a medical company with you. Chapter 449. The company's planning, probably. He's already an adult, but he's still acting like a child. Guan Xiaomin smiled. Actually, he knows that I'm not an idiot. That's why he helped me with the paperwork so quickly. What he said just now wasn't directed at you, but at me, expressing his dissatisfaction. You've only suffered because of me. Anyone else would have done the same. I see. Lin Yi nodded in realization. But Uncle Guan seems to be doing pretty well now. No longer relying on your family. Since then, he hasn't relied on me for anything. Guan Xiaomin shook his head and said with a bitter smile, however, Xiaoxiang is lucky, he found an even more powerful backer, and now he's doing very well. When he's free, he wants to prove to me that he can succeed without relying on me. I didn't think Uncle Guan had this side to him. Lin Yi smiled. He probably knows that you were doing it for his own good, but the knot in his heart hasn't been untied yet. Of course he knows, but he's still brooding about it. Guan Xiaomin said. Alright, forget about him. It's been so many years, I've gotten used to it. He might look like he doesn't like it, but he's still good to me. I don't even know who my parents are, haha. Lin Yi was a little saddened. He'd only understood the meaning of his parents after he grew up, but he still brooded over the fact that they'd abandoned him. Fortunately, he had two masters who loved him dearly, and that replaced the love he'd had when he was young. Guan Xiaomin paused. He'd had many guesses about Lin Yi's parentage, even thinking that Lin Yi was the descendant of the benefactor who taught him all those years ago. It was one of the reasons he trusted Lin Yi unconditionally, but he'd never dared to ask. On one hand, Lin Yi didn't want to talk about his parentage, and on the other, he was afraid that Lin Yi would keep it a secret. It'd only make things awkward if he didn't tell him. You don't know who your parents are. Guan Xiaomin looked at Lin Yi in shock. I only have two masters, but they're both nice to me, treating me like their own son. They're a bit strict, but I know they're doing it for my own good. Lin Yi didn't hide his identity on purpose, there wasn't much to hide. It's good that you have this mentality. But as long as someone treats you well, regardless of whether they are your biological parents or not, you will treat them as family, right? Guan Xuemin smiled. Master, master. In other words, a master is like a father. Yes, that's right. Therefore, I didn't lack love in my childhood. My mentality is also very normal. Lin Yi nodded seriously. Your medical skills were taught to you by your master? Guan Xuemin hesitated for a moment before asking. Yeah, one of them taught me martial arts, another taught me medicine, and a bad master taught me how to steal and gamble. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. I see. Guan Xuemin felt a bit of a headache at the complicated relationship between Lin Yi's masters. If your medical skills are already this good, then your master, I can't say that, Grandpa Guan. Both my old man and my kung fu master are special people. I'll have to keep it a secret without their permission. Lin Yi didn't want to hide anything from Guan Xuemin, but Lin Yi couldn't say anything without his master's permission. Even people close to him like Huaijuan didn't know about this. It's fine, I'm just asking. Guan Xuemin was a bit disappointed, but he didn't blame Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi was doing the right thing. Let's talk about the company. The medicines that are ready for the market right now are pain relievers and injury medicine. I can't make any decisions on the other types without the formulas. There are some formulas for the other types, but which ones are more popular? Lin Yi didn't know much about business. Well, as long as it's effective, it'll sell well. Guan Xuemin said. Common cold medicine, for example. If you can make a traditional medicine with minimal side effects, it'll sell well too. But these are all established pharmaceutical companies with established formulas and brands. It's pointless for us to go in and fight for the market. It's true that the common cold medicine's formulas are already set. Even if I were to change it, it wouldn't be much of an improvement. The best way would be to supplement it with acupuncture or cupping, but that's impossible unless it's a clinic. You can't just get acupuncture and cupping for free, can you? Lin Yi nodded with a smile. I'm not an expert when it comes to business, actually. I'm just giving my personal opinion. Guan Xuemin said. You should hire a management expert to run the company. That's true. It's not that easy to find a professional manager. Lin Yi knew that Guan Xuemin was speaking the truth. First of all, is the person trustworthy, and second, is he really capable? After all, the success of a pharmaceutical company depends on the professional manager's ability. I think you should ask Mr. Lai about that. He's been in the business world for a long time, and he should have some experience. It shouldn't be too hard to ask him to find a professional manager. Guan Xuemin said. At least it'll be easier than looking for one ourselves. That's true. Lin Yi nodded. Fatty Lai left for about half an hour before rushing back with a few bags of herbs in his hands. He barged into Guan Xuemin's study. Miracle Dr. Lin, I bought them all. With that, Fatty Lai placed the bags on the coffee table in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at the huge pile of bags in front of him, confused. Why was there so much? Even if he bought a kilo of each herb, there wouldn't be this many. Lin Yi opened a bag and checked the herbs inside. They were all packed according to his prescription. He couldn't help but feel strange. Isn't this enough? What's in the other bags? The other bags are the same, but I bought them at different points. Fatty Lai said, panting. There are a lot of scammers these days. I was afraid that I'd buy fake medicine in one pharmacy, so I thought about buying from a few more. I thought that there should be some real ones, right? Chapter 450. Volunteering himself, Lin Yi looked through the other bags of herbs. Other than a few that have been stored for a little too long, they're all real. That's good, that's good. Fatty Lai was afraid that all the herbs he bought were fake, so it was fine as long as there were real ones. Then Miracle Dr. Lin, please pick the good ones and use them. Alright, Grandpa Guan, do you have a furnace for decocting herbs? Lin Yi asked. Yes, I'll get Aunt Lu to bring it over. Xuemin was a traditional Chinese medicine expert, so his house naturally didn't lack equipment for decocting herbs. Then, do I need to leave for a moment? Fatty Lai was a sensible man. He was afraid that Lin Yi would be careful when he decocted the herbs, so he didn't want to attract unwanted attention. No need, just sit here. I have some things to ask you about the company's opening. Lin Yi waved his hand, gesturing for Fatty Lai to sit. Ask me. Fatty Lai was flattered, rubbing his chubby hands together. I wouldn't dare to ask for advice, but I can only make decisions. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything I know. Miracle Dr. Lin, you're asking me to speak because you think highly of me. Aunt Lu quickly brought the decocting equipment over, and Lin Yi nimbly picked out some fresh herbs and threw them into the frying pan. It looked like a random grab, but the amount was actually very precise. Fatty Lai was secretly amazed, but didn't think much of it. Lin Yi's medical skills weren't just for show, and this was nothing compared to his other skills. Even Xuemin was surprised by Lin Yi's speed. It seemed like Lin Yi didn't even look at the equipment before he finished the process. Fatty Lai, my medicine company has 2 initial products ready for the market. One is a painkiller with no side effects, and the other is an injury medicine. How do you think we should advertise it? Lin Yi asked. Miracle Dr. Lin, is this injury medicine similar to Dr. Kang's Golden Creation medicine? Fatty Lai showed a shrewd face when it came to business, no longer the crybaby and soft-hearted man he was before. Almost. I haven't seen Jinchuang medicine before, but my injury medicine can also help the wound heal quickly without leaving any scars. Lin Yi nodded and said. That should be about it. Fatty Lai pondered for a while and said, my suggestion is to use this injury medicine first and use it to get famous. Oh. What do you mean? Lin Yi looked at Fatty Lai. Both Lin Yi and Xuemin wanted to release both medicines together, but Fatty Lai wanted to release them in batches. We will only introduce one medicine that has similar effects to the most amazing Dr. Kang's Golden Creation medicine in the market. This way, everyone will compare us. Fatty Lai said, they will have some doubts about our product in the beginning, but once they realize that the effects are the same as Dr. Kang's medicine, they will start to lean towards us. Of course, there are 2 prerequisites. One is that our product's price must be lower than theirs, and the other is that we must have sufficient supply. According to what I know, there are a few ingredients in Dr. Kang's Golden Creation medicine that are produced in low quantities, and they give priority to special organizations and the military. That's why they don't sell a lot in the civilian market. So if they can't buy their product, the consumers will choose us. Of course, if our product is better than theirs, then we don't have to lower the price. Or if we can't increase our production, then no matter what, the market will still be out of stock. There's no point in fighting with them for the market. Fatty Lai finished in one breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Lin Yi and Xuemin were stunned. They didn't expect Fatty Lai to be so skillful. Not only was he a crybaby, but he was also a genius. Then the sales of the painkillers. Lin Yi didn't have much experience in the business world, so he continued to ask humbly. As long as our injury medicine is a hit, the painkillers won't be a problem. Fatty Lai said. Once our first product hits the market and is accepted by the consumers, there's basically no need to advertise our second product. Of course, we can also hold a live press conference. I see. Lin Yi nodded, enlightened. Then should we still hold the auction I've been planning? I'm planning to auction off a few of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, but... Lin Yi hesitated. He wasn't familiar with Fatty Lai, so he couldn't make it sound too easy to concoct the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. If he said it was like candy, Then he'd have to scam an entire skyscraper off for half a pill. That'd be a huge loss. Although he was the one who offered it. Lin Yi didn't want Fatty Lai to scold him behind his back. He continued. But it's not easy to concoct the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Many of the ingredients are almost extinct, so there's a limited number of them. We can't mass produce them right now. If we auction this, won't it seem like it has nothing to do with the medicine company's products? Of course not. It's a gimmick. Fatty Lai waved his hands. This pill of life extension and toxin cleansing was really good stuff. It was wise of him to dig half a pill out of a pile of dog shit. Lin Yi probably didn't have many of these pills left. This was a priceless treasure. I thought it was a gimmick too, but from what you're saying, it doesn't seem like a gimmick anymore. Lin Yi asked. How is it meaningless? Fatty Lai waved his hand. We can announce this pill of life extension and toxin cleansing to the public. It's a limited edition ingredient because the success rate is low and the ingredients are rare. Well, we can just say that it's a limited edition ingredient given to us by the expert who provided us the recipe. The rarer something is, the greater its value. When the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing achieves good results, the price of our injury medicine will naturally rise as well. Lin Yi nodded, thinking that Fatty Lai's idea wasn't bad. Do you know where I can hire a professional manager to manage the company? Well. Fatty Lai's eyes flashed with excitement and anticipation when he heard Lin Yi's words. His face flushed a little. What do you think of me? You. Lin Yi paused for a moment before understanding what Fatty Lai meant. You're saying you want to be a professional manager? Yeah, what do you think of me? I've been in the business world for more than 10 years. I'm quite experienced. Fatty Lai said, thumping his chest. But your trading company and real estate company. Lin Yi looked at Fatty Lai, confused. Chapter 451. Another follower. Lin Yi didn't know what was wrong with Fatty Lai. Why was he abandoning his existing company and coming to a new one to be a manager? You don't want your family's business anymore. Lin Yi couldn't figure out Fatty Lai's intentions. Miracle Dr. Lin, I gave my family's business to my brother. I don't want it anymore. I don't care about it. I don't want to fight and scheme against him all the time. Fatty Lai chuckled. Besides, I think that following you will have a better future than running those family businesses. Miracle Dr. Lin, I can foresee that your company will be even more powerful than that Dr. Kang's medical group. I'll be the manager of the group and your spokesperson, Miracle Dr. Lin. Won't I be the best? When my brother finds out about the importance of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, he'll be begging me on his knees. Begging? Is that rare? Don't you always kneel and cry? Lin Yi couldn't help but admire Fatty Lai's courage. He'd abandoned his family's business to follow him. That's different. You're a miracle doctor. I wouldn't kneel and cry to anyone else, Fatty Lai said, a little embarrassed. Lin Yi thought that this guy was a natural crybaby. He didn't think that it was just directed at him. This gave Lin Yi quite a headache. You have a good idea, but this medical group of mine is just a spur-of-the-moment thing. I don't know if it can continue or if there will be any new products. Lin Yi had to get the ugly part out of the way first. Who knew what he was going to do in the future? Even his old man didn't have a clear answer. It's fine, Miracle Dr. Lin. Why don't you take me in as your follower? Fatty Lai was a smart man. He'd seen through the facts a long time ago. Lin Yi wasn't an ordinary person, and there was no harm in following him. Fatty Lai had grown up in a rich family, so he didn't care much about money anymore. What he pursued was fame and status, and Lin Yi could help him achieve this dream. Being someone else's lackey wasn't a fun thing to do, but it depended on who it was. Fatty Lai was more than willing to be Lin Yi's lackey. How awesome was Lin Yi? People with medical skills like Lin Yi's were people that all the big families and forces would fight to curry favor with. Which one of them hadn't experienced illness and death? However, if Lin Yi could delay their deaths, why wouldn't they rush to him like a flock of ducks? At that time, even if he was just a follower, he would be Lin Yi's spokesperson outside. Lin Yi was very busy every day. How could he have time to entertain outsiders? Once this little brother of his appeared, Fatty Lai was elated just thinking about it. What was an electronics industrial park to him? His brother was really short-sighted. Look at himself, how smart was his decision. People had to be thick-skinned and crybaby. Look at himself. He was thick-skinned and a crybaby. Didn't he gain Lin Yi's favor just like that? You want to be a lackey? Lin Yi looked at Fatty Lai oddly. I don't need lackeys. Not at all. Boss Lin Yi, listen to me. Fatty Lai began to analyze, and he called Lin Yi Boss Lin Yi smoothly. Lin Yi was helpless. Boss, what kind of status do you have? When the medical corporation is established, there will be big families coming to ask for medicine. Everyone wants to see you, boss. Can you see them all? Boss is already very busy every day, and he still has to chase girls and enjoy life. How can he have time to deal with them? That's when you need a lackey to help you deal with these things. And I'm just the right person. Lin Yi thought about it. Fatty Lai's words made sense, so he said, but I already have a follower. You're talking about Kong Xiaobo. Think about it, that's not enough. Fatty Lai shook his head. How can a lackey do that? Kong Xiaobo will be by your side all day, accompanying you to school and enjoying life. He can't handle company business every day, can he? He can just be the vice chairman, and I'll be the little brother who helps you take care of the company's affairs. Lin Yi nodded, but what Lin Yi didn't mention was that he had a lackey in his old home called Gooden. But thinking about Gooden's IQ, Lin Yi shook his head. This kid could only be a fighter and a punching bag. He was all brawn and no brains. And he'll give Gooden a call one day and see what he's up to. It's been a while since he went back, and he kind of missed him. Seeing that Lin Yi was a little tempted, Fatty Lai quickly added fuel to the fire. Plus, what kind of person are you, boss? You can't just have a lackey by your side, right? Look at all the big shots who don't have a lot of lackeys around them. Each lackey has their own role: bodyguards, personal secretaries, housekeepers, nannies, and mistresses. All right. Stop wasting time. I'll reluctantly accept you as a temporary lackey. Once you pass the inspection, you'll be promoted to an official one. Lin Yi was getting impatient from Fatty Lai's words. Fatty Lai's words made sense, and so Lin Yi agreed. But he was still someone else's lackey, and now Fatty Lai was his lackey. What would it be like when he went out with the miss in the future? Even a follower has a follower. I'm afraid I've already become the most awesome follower in the history of the game. Haha, then I'll be Miracle Dr. Lin's lackey from now on. Fatty Lai was overjoyed, automatically ignoring the word temporary. Don't worry, I'll take care of this medicine company. Lin Yi was a little speechless. This Fatty Lai was even more enthusiastic than he was. It seemed that having a lackey like this would save him a lot of trouble in the future. But Lin Yi didn't fully trust Fatty Lai yet. He didn't know what kind of person this guy was, and there were some things he couldn't trust him with. He'd have to observe him for a while before deciding. He gave the concoction to Fatty Lai and sent him away. Lin Yi sat back on the sofa in Xuemin's study. Grandpa Guan, what do you think of this? You mean Mr. Lai? Xuemin asked. And why doesn't this guy seem very reliable? Lin Yi felt that Fatty Lai's way of talking and doing things didn't seem like a business elite, but more like an idiot. If it weren't for Fatty Lai's suggestions on how to run the company, Lin Yi would have thought that the kid was just a playboy. Chapter 452. Chapter 452, Guan Xuemin's sense of danger. Oh. Lin Yi paused at Xuemin's words. He hadn't expected Fatty Lai to be this capable. He'd thought the guy was just a theoretical weakling. So you're saying that Fatty Lai really wants to help? Ha, he's not an idiot. He knows that he'll have a brighter future if he follows someone. Guan Xuemin chuckled. If not for that half of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing he picked out from the trash can, perhaps he wouldn't have made such a big decision. However, the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing gave him confidence and solidified his future direction. Lin Yi nodded. If Xuemin's information was correct, then that was the only explanation. Lin Yi was secretly impressed by Fatty Lai's foresight. He'd actually forced him to be his boss. Grandpa Guan, do you have any suggestions on how to split the shares? Now that Fatty Lai was here, Lin Yi thought about the issue of share distribution. I'm not an expert myself, but I think that half of the shares should be in your hands. Xuemin suggested after some thought. We're all on good terms right now, but it's better to be safe than sorry. If you control half of the shares, you'll have the right to speak in the future. This is very important. All right. Lin Yi wasn't worried that someone would betray him in the future, but Pengzhan Industries was a good example. Lin Yi didn't want to go through the trouble of dealing with these things, so he agreed with Xuemin's suggestion. How about this? You and Kong Xiaobo will each take 15% of the company. Fatty Lai will need to be tested, but if he's sincere in following me, I'll give him 15%. As for the remaining 55%, I'll put it under Guan Xian's name. Oh. Xuemin paused. He didn't know what Lin Yi was trying to do. What was he trying to achieve by putting all the shares under his granddaughter's name? If the two of them had already confirmed their relationship, then there was nothing wrong with what they did. However, according to his observation, the relationship between his granddaughter and Lin Yi was basically the same. His granddaughter was interested, but Lin Yi didn't seem to have that kind of intention. As a result, Lin Yi's actions were a little thought-provoking. Xuemin was already confused when Lin Yi put the building under Guan Xian's name, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. You've given me 15% of the shares, and 55% to Xian. Xian also has the building under her name, so it'll only be a matter of a word for our family to take control of the medicine company. Have you thought of the consequences? Ha! Lin Yi smiled. He knew Xuemin would ask this. If Xuemin had accepted all of this without a word, Lin Yi wouldn't have said anything, but he would have looked down on Xuemin in his heart. The medical company was something that Lin Yi had casually set up, and Lin Yi didn't put much effort into it. Lin Yi had to admit that Xuemin had taken it all. It was like seeing through a person's character. To put it bluntly, the reason why Lin Yi set up this medical company was because he didn't want to live off a woman, and he wanted to earn some pocket money for himself. After Lu Tianyi sent over the 100 million, it didn't matter if Lin Yi started the company or not. Setting up the company was just to fight for Kong Xiaobo's pride, so that he wouldn't be looked down upon by Dr. Kang's family. So Lin Yi smiled, Grandpa Guan, this is all because of your reputation. I only provided 2 prescriptions, so I have nothing to say if you want to take it. You trust me too much. Although Xuemin didn't have any ulterior motives, he was touched by Lin Yi's trust. I'll give my shares to Xian as well. But if Xian tries to steal your company in the future, don't come looking for me. I won't. Lin Yi shook his head. Was Guan Xian that kind of person? Based on Lin Yi's understanding of Guan Xian, she wasn't that kind of person. After chatting with Xuemin for a while more, Lin Yi got up to leave. His bag was still at school, and Lin Yi had to go back eventually. I'll be going then, Grandpa Guan. Call me if you need anything. Lin Yi said. You're not waiting for Xian to come back. I wanted you to stay for dinner, Xiaomin said, a little regretful. On one hand, he was regretful that they didn't finish the academic discussion, and on the other hand, he was regretful for Xian. Could Lin Yi and his granddaughter work out? As an elder, Xiaomin really wanted Lin Yi to be his grandson-in-law. Lingshan's appearance, as well as Huaijuan's attitude, gave him a sense of danger. However, Lin Yi's attitude did comfort him a little. At least Lin Yi didn't seem to like Lingshan that much, and the fact that he was willing to give his shares to his granddaughter meant that Lin Yi trusted Xian. This way, Xian would have a head start, maybe next time. Lin Yi said as he looked at the time on his phone. I still have to go back to school. That's fine too. Next time then. Xiaomin didn't force him to stay. After all, things were different now. He and Lin Yi were business partners now, and Lin Yi would be visiting his house more often in the future. Lin Yi left Xiaomin's house and drove to school. The bell for the last self-study period rang just as he stepped into the classroom. Meng Yao and Yushu were already used to Lin Yi's frequent absences, and they didn't bother to ask him about it. Meng Yao, on the other hand, was a little annoyed. Lin Yi was her follower, and it was work time right now. Why was the guy disappearing all the time? Lin Yi, you're back. Lin Yi had just sat down when he heard a soft voice. His scalp went numb, and he almost fell to the ground. Xiao Xiao's eyes were curved into crescent moons as she looked at Lin Yi with a cute smile on her face. She took out a drink from her desk. Thirsty? I bought this for you. Are you alright? Lin Yi looked at Xiao Xiao in disbelief. Even if their relationship wasn't as serious as a death feud, it was at least as serious as killing her father. Lin Yi didn't understand, why would Xiao Xiao treat him like this? Was she hiding a dagger behind her smile? I'm fine. Xiao Xiao blinked, confused. What could happen to me? Why do you ask? Xiao Xiao's question made Lin Yi speechless. He couldn't just say that he pissed on her and blew up her but with firecrackers, that there was a huge grudge between them, and that she shouldn't be so gentle to him.